innovation, we decided that the theme of this international conference is business and entrepreneur adaptability to artificial intelligence for greener environment. I hope this international conference we decide that the facilitate knowledge transfer to academic practitioner and also student as well as the public about understanding the important role of entrepreneurship and the importance of entrepreneurship that considered the sustainability of the earth. This conference is expected to be an opportunity to move towards sustainability. Probably there is enough for the speech that I can deliver in this occasion. If there is any mistake in my speech, I apologize. Thank you for your kind attention and for the occasion for me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. Before we move to our second agenda, we will take a picture first. Please kindly turn on your camera. I will guide this photo session from the first slide. Give your best smile. 3, 2, 1, smile. And then for the second slide, 3, 2, 1, smile. And for the third slide, 3, 2, 1. And for the fourth slide, 3, 2, 1, give your best smile. Thank you. And now, we present a certificate of appreciation to our co-host, Accounting Bachelor Degree of Economic and Business Faculty of Universitas Widyatama. And also, we would like to give appreciation to PPAK Universitas Widyatama. Thank you. Before starting this event, for Muslims, let's pray, which will be led by Mr. Ainur Alam. For non-Muslims, please pray according to your beliefs.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma inna nas'aluka wa natawajjahu ilaika bi nabiyyina Muhammad Nabi Rahmah ya Muhammad inna natawajjahu bika ila rabbina fi hajatina lituqdalana Allahumma arzuqna al-ikhlasa fi niyyati wal qawli wal amal Allahumma 'allimna ma jahilna وذكرنا ما نسينا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما اللهم ارزقنا فهم النبيين وحفظ المرسلين وإلهام الملائكة المقربين اللهم بارك واحفظ جامعة Buana Perjuangan Karawang وانفع طلابها على العباد والبلاد ويسر لهم سبل الخير يا الله يا ذا الجلال والإكرام اللهم احفظ بلادنا المحبوبة إندونيسيا من كل شر. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Moving on to our keynote speech, let us welcome Profesor Dr. Dedi Mulyadi as Director of Universitas Buana Perjuangan Karawang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is great pleasure for me, as Rector of Buana Perjuangan Karawang University, to welcome you at this wonderful moment. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here, both offline or online media today. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say grateful for Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has given His grace so that today we can attend the International Conference on Business and Entrepreneurship for Nation Sustainability in Health Condition. I would like to express my appreciation to Economic and Business Faculty who generously helped us make this seminar come true. I hope the international conference with them,
Yang di
business,
tas kan
and
yang ono yang ditawarin
entrepreneurial
merek AC-nya aku nggak
adaptability to
kenal.
artificial intelligence for greener environment can be held successfully. Ladies and gentlemen, in this new revolution, artificial intelligence or AI play a key role. This modern definition has been evolving since the first definition of AI was presented by computer scientist John McCarthy more than 60 years ago. AI has the potential to rehumanize work, giving us more time to be human rather than working as machines. On the other hand, AI also hold critical consequences for organizations facing increased pressure in terms of productivity and the need to stay competitive. This situation may also lead to increase in unemployment, while avoiding the disadvantage in terms of job losses and greater wealth inequalities. To be entrepreneur can be solution and advantage from this revolution. Entrepreneurial leads to an increase in gross national product and the capital income. This is particularly important for developing countries where poverty and unemployment are major issues. In fact, studies have shown the entrepreneurial activity is positively correlated with economic growth, according to the European Research and Management and Business Economic. Countries with high level of entrepreneurial activity tend to have higher rate of economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesia, micro, small, and medium enterprises plays an important role from the Indonesian economy. Micro, small, and medium enterprises contributing to Indonesia gross domestic product of more than 60% every year. Besides that, micro, small, and medium enterprises also make up 87% of Indonesian total workforce people. Country. The government place special attention on Indonesia micro, small, and medium enterprises in growing the country economy. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this international conference can facilitate the knowledge transfer to academic, practitioners, and students as well as the public about understanding the important role of entrepreneurship. This conference is expected to be an opportunity to move toward sustainability. Our mission is clear: to support the path to a sustainable future by harnessing the power of entrepreneurship based on people economics and good business practice in society. Thank you for your kind attention and for the occasion for me. I also apologize for my mistake in delivering my speech. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Dedi Mulyadi, for such a wonderful speech. Let us give our appreciation and please accept this e-certificate from us. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to our next keynote speech, let us welcome Associate Professor Dr. Aji Dedi Mulawarman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang kami hormati Rektor Universitas Buana Perjuangan Karawang, Bapak Profesor Dedi Mulyadi, Wakil Rektor, Dekan, serta Sivitas Akademika UBP Karawang. Yang kami hormati pula Ibu Direktur Penilai Research Institute, Dr. Nofrida Kutsi Lutfilah, beserta pengurus PRI. Yang kami hormati Ibu Sekjen ALJB, Aliansi Pengelola Jurnal Berintegritas Indonesia, Associate Profesor Ari Kamayanti, beserta pengurus dan jajaran ALJB. Yang kami hormati pula co-host yang hadir, para pembicara, baik pembicara nasional maupun internasional. Peserta dan panitia The First International Conference on Business and Entrepreneurship for Nations Sustainability. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau kita berbicara sustainabilitas itu telah menjadi mantra utama dunia modern. Sebagaimana mantra dunia lama, seperti mitras liturgi dari Yunani kuno dan Mesir kuno ribuan tahun yang lalu, atau mantra rumeksa ing wengi dari Sunan Kalijogo yang masih hadir di tengah kita semua masyarakat Nusantara. Perbedaan mendasar dari mantra dunia modern dengan mantra dunia lama adalah pada kuasa pertumbuhan dan rasionalisme, logis bebas Tuhan, terutama berpusat pada diri manusia, yaitu antroposentrisme. Di tengah ketakutan manusia atas daya dukung bumi yang tak lagi memadai untuk tetap tumbuh, sehingga dikhawatirkan terjadi kolaps atau keruntuhan peradaban. Mentalitas yang dibangun dari konsep sustainabilitas adalah refleksi egoisme kemanusiaan secara global yang merujuk pada desain utama yang saat ini menjadi jargon dan mantra-mantra modern universal, yaitu Sustainability Development Goals. Sustainability pertama kali dihadirkan pada tahun 1986, yaitu konsep Sustainability Development dalam laporan Brundtland Commission, sebuah komisi yang didirikan oleh World Commission on Economic Development atau WCED pada Deklarasi Tokyo. Deklarasi Tokyo ini muncul karena adanya keprihatinan atas kerusakan lingkungan global. Kepedulian atas kehancuran lingkungan memang telah banyak didiskusikan bahkan sejak tahun 1970-an. Terutama salah satunya yang penting adalah tahun 72, yaitu laporan dari kelompok think tank bernama Club of Rome yang berjudul Limits to Growth. Prediksi mereka, peningkatan jumlah populasi, masifikasi industrialisasi, lepas kendalinya produksi pertanian, peningkatan penjarahan sumber daya alam, dan makin hitamnya populasi akibat industrialisasi akan berdampak pada runtuhnya peradaban tak sampai tahun 2100. Masalah besar terjadi sebenarnya adalah pada praksis sustainability development dalam ruang-ruang bisnis yang tetap mengedepankan sustainabilitas perusahaan untuk mampu menciptakan laba dengan tetap menjaga lingkungan dan relasi sosial kemasyarakatan di mana perusahaan hadir, terutama berkenaan dengan peran stakeholders. Banyak negara yang telah menerapkan sustainabilitas bisnis, terutama 3 negara besar di Eropa, yaitu Norwegia, Finlandia, dan Swedia, yang kebetulan merupakan 3 negara yang sangat pro terhadap LGBT. Bahkan di negara-negara Eropa, dari puluhan negara Eropa sudah ada 7 negara Eropa yang pemimpinnya adalah LGBT. Laporan terbaru Randers, Rockstrom, dan Stocknes berjudul Transformation is Visible, How to Achieve the Sustainable Development Goals Within Planetary Boundaries, bersamaan perayaan 50 tahun Club of Rome pada tanggal 17 Oktober 2018, merupakan kritik atas adopsi SDGs oleh PBB tahun 2015. Yang kebetulan PBB juga sangat pro LGBT sekarang. Dan di SDGs pun LGBT diakui secara masif. Kritik tersebut dimulai dari visi SDGs seperti tertulis dalam sambutan Co-President Club of Rome. We envisage a world in which development and the application of technology are climate sensitive, respect biodiversity, and are resilient. One in which humanity lives in harmony with nature and in which wildlife and other living species are protected. Menurut mereka, visi SDGs memang memiliki jangkauan transformasional, tetapi implementasi agenda 2030 dari SDGs masih jauh panggang dari api. Laporan ini juga menegaskan bahwa tidak mungkin memenuhi SDGs secara terpadu berdasarkan kebijakan pertumbuhan konvensional. Mengapa begitu? SDGs hampir tidak mungkin tercapai, terutama bila orientasinya pada keberhasilan 11 capaian tujuan sosial ekonomi, yaitu sasaran 1-11, berdasarkan kebijakan pertumbuhan konvensional, karena hal itu akan membuat dampak sebaliknya, yaitu pengurangan kecepatan pemanasan global, penghentian penangkapan ikan yang berlebihan di lautan, penghentian degradasi lahan, dan penghentian hilangnya keanekaragaman hayati, jelas tidak akan tercapai. Dampak mempercepat pertumbuhan memang memberi solusi atas capaian tujuan sosial ekonomi, tetapi mengorbankan lingkungan dan mendorong batas-batas planet ke dalam zona berisiko tinggi. Berdasarkan pada kenyataan bahwa logika pertumbuhan yang masih melekat pada Agenda 2030, laporan Club of Rome memberikan alternatif dengan cara mengeksplorasi jalur yang berbeda agar implementasi Agenda 2030 dapat tercapai. Syaratnya adalah pertumbuhan konvensional harus diganti dengan kebijakan yang mengutamakan welfare dan well-being, dengan menempatkan tujuan ekologis dan sosial di garis depan pembuat kebijakan. Ini yang disebut dengan deep ekologi. Tawaran teknisnya melakukan perubahan transformatif yang bertumpu pada setidaknya 5 tindakan transformasional dengan efek SDG yang luas, yaitu pertama, pertumbuhan energi terbarukan yang dipercepat; kedua, akselerasi produktivitas dalam rantai makanan; ketiga, model pembangunan baru di negara-negara miskin; keempat, pengurangan ketimpangan aktif; dan kelima, investasi dalam pendidikan untuk semua, kesetaraan gender, dan keluarga berencana. Di sini masuk LGBT. Cukupkah itu? Saya melihat diskursus pertumbuhan dan alternatif sebagaimana ditawarkan Club of Rome belum menyelesaikan masalah substansial, kecuali melakukan penyesuaian sana-sini dengan mempertimbangkan pengurangan pengaruh pertumbuhan dalam seluruh kebijakannya. Fritjof Capra kemudian menawarkan solusi yang lebih paradigmatik, yaitu yang disebut dengan pandangan hidup berkearifan sistemik yang memiliki visi realitas baru. Menurutnya, pandangan hidup berkearifan sistemik berdasarkan kesadaran integral akan kesaling hubungan dan saling ketergantungan esensial atas semua fenomena fisik, biologis, psikologis, sosial, dan kebudayaan. Semuanya keluar dari paradigma mekanistik Kartesian Newtonian. Sedangkan yang berkenaan dengan ekonomi juga tidak lepas dari integralitas sistem, di mana manusia dan organisasi-organisasi sosial yang berada dalam interaksinya harus terkoneksi dengan ekosistem lingkungan hidup di sekitar yang menjadi penopang kehidupan yang dinamis dan bersifat non-linier. Sifat dinamis non-linier merupakan esensi kesadaran ekologis atau deep ekologi dalam lingkaran universalitas dan spiritualitas baru. Teknologi manusiawi berwajah keseimbangan, dimensi berwajah kemanusiaan. Keseimbangan dinamis pertumbuhan yang tidak lagi menekankan pertumbuhan material, tapi lebih pada pertumbuhan batin, sehingga tidak lagi berorientasi maksimasi ekonomi material, teknologi tinggi, dan ukuran-ukuran institusi yang dapat menghancurkan kearifan sistem dan keseimbangan yang lebih besar. Usulan Fritjof Capra bisa jadi brilian, tapi dari hal itulah saya makin terganggu dengan visi baru yang bisa jadi tidak lagi suci, pengalaman religius, sebagaimana keislaman saya yang saya rasakan. Ada yang hilang dari penjelasan beliau. Yang jelas penjelasan pengalaman religius berkesucian tidak bisa hadir hanya dalam ruang intelektualitas profan semacam itu. Saya masih percaya bahwa sejak lama ekonomi dan bisnis punya jalinan kesucian yang kuat, yang di dalam penjelasan seperti diusulkan Club of Rome maupun Capra belum dapat menjadi penjelas yang lebih terang benderang. Di sisi lain, mantra-mantra dunia lama maupun agama-agama yang masih bertahan di tengah gempuran sains modern saat ini yang berumur ribuan tahun pula adalah mantra yang sangat religius dan penuh kesucian sifatnya. Bukan hanya mantra dari Yunani dan Mesir kuno, mantra penting di dunia Nusantara juga menjadi panutan kita seperti yang saya sebut tadi, yaitu Wali Songo di Jawa. Salah satunya adalah Sunan Kalijogo dengan mantra rumekso ing wenginya. Mantra yang paling penting adalah mantra Nusantara kita sendiri di Indonesia, yaitu Pancasila, yang berpusat pada kesucian, keadaban manusia, dan keadilan sosial. Mengapa kita tidak membangun konsep sustainabilitas sekaligus tidak dengan nama sustainabilitas? Sebuah konsep untuk menyelesaikan masalah ekonomi bisnis yang sesuai dengan karakter Nusantara kita. Sudah sejak ratusan tahun Indonesia dan Nusantara seperti dilakukan negeri kita dengan peradaban besar yang bertahan hingga 234 tahun, yaitu Mojopahit. 3 kali dari umur Indonesia saat ini, sejak tahun 1293 hingga 1527. Luar biasa. Kekaisaran Mojopahit sebagai representasi peradaban Nusantara adalah simbol dari kekuatan religiusitas, kesucian sebagai pusat dari kekuasaan, kekuatan rasional yang anti pertumbuhan tapi selalu mengedepankan kesejahteraan berkeadilan untuk semua. Dalam bahasa Pancasila, kita, yaitu keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia dalam ruang-ruang ketuhanan, keberadaban, persatuan, dan hikmah kebijaksanaan dalam ruang syuro atau musyawarah perwakilan. Bapak Ibu sekalian, apa yang kita lakukan dalam the first International Conference on Business and Entrepreneurship for Nation Sustainability yang dilaksanakan oleh Universitas Buana Perjuangan Karawang dan Penilai Research Institute hari ini seharusnya menjadi dan memiliki semangat Gajah Mada dalam mewujudkan peradaban Nusantara, semangat para raja-raja Majapahit, disertai semangat puisi pahlawan nasional kita, Hairil Anwar, berjudul Karawang Bekasi. Kami yang kini terbaring antara Karawang Bekasi tidak bisa teriak merdeka dan angkat senjata lagi. Tapi siapakah yang tidak lagi mendengar deru kami? Terbayang kami maju dan berdegap hati. Kami cuma tulang-tulang berserakan, tapi adalah kepunyaanmu. Kaulah lagi yang tentukan nilai-nilai tulang-tulang berserakan. Ataukah kami, jiwa kami melayang untuk kemerdekaan, kemenangan, dan harapan. Jika dada rasa hampa dan jam dinding yang berdetak, kenanglah kami menjaga Bung Karno, menjaga Bung Hatta, menjaga Bung Syahrir. Kami sekarang mayat, berilah kami arti, berjagalah terus di garis batas pernyataan dan impian. Kenang-kenanglah kami yang tinggal tulang berulang diliputi debu. Beribu kami terbaring antara Karawang Bekasi. Billahi fi sabilil haq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Acidadi Mulawarman. And please accept our appreciation in this e-certificate. Thank you. Our first session schedule will start at 10 a.m. Jakarta time, so we will have a short break and get some coffee or tea and some snack because we will be back at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Karawang, the city of the initial struggle, a city with a rich history of struggle and abundant natural resources. We are here in Karawang to persist in our struggle. Welcome to Buana Perjuangan Karawang University, the best private university in Karawang Regency. Outlook and are capable of translating their research and innovation into tangible benefits for society. The university is also committed to nurturing and developing human resources with a national perspective. Not only comfortable classrooms, Buana Perjuangan University Karawang also provides a variety of facilities, laboratories, and workshops to support the productivity and competence of students in creating sustainable works. Supported by an integrated library and journal access, it provides convenience for students to explore references. Not only that, Buana Perjuangan University Karawang also has spiritual facilities and green open spaces with natural landscapes. Strategically collaborating with national and international partners from various industrial sectors, Buana Perjuangan University Karawang produce graduates with integrity.
Bersama Universitas Buana Perjuangan Karawang memberikan kontribusi nyata dan memberikan dampak positif, terutama dalam upaya meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia di era revolusi industri 4.0 dan saat ini sedang memasuki era society 5.0. Sebagai upaya untuk mengimplementasikannya, maka UBP Karawang menyusun visi. UBP Karawang berwawasan kebangsaan dan bereputasi internasional. Visi adalah sebuah harapan yang harus dicapai dengan komitmen dan sinergitas seluruh jajaran di UBP Karawang. Kami tidak memiliki keraguan untuk pencapaian tersebut, karena kami semua dimulai dari unsur yayasan, rektorat, dekanat, program studi, unit kerja, dan seluruh mahasiswa di UBP Karawang memiliki komitmen untuk meraih visi tersebut.
Come join us in shaping a generation of integrity for the nation. Buana Perjuangan University Karawang inspires with the spirit of Buana Perjuangan Karawang for Indonesia and the world.
Welcome to Widyatama University. Widyatama University always innovates for better quality of education while constantly adapting to current development. Along with the curriculum and proper online learning facilities, there should not be any worries for your study to be held back. It is crucial to adapt in the recent digital era. Therefore, online and offline learning are being implemented at Widyatama University. Prioritizing on study effectiveness, our lecturers are being emphasized and focused towards an open discussion with the students. In this way, we could ensure that there is no one-way learning and two-way communication between the students and the lecturers. Widyatama University consists of 5 main faculties, namely Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Cultural Studies, Faculty of Visual Communication Design, and Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. Widyatama students are prepared for critical thinking, open for discussion, and capable of becoming a problem solver in order to prepare themselves for the upcoming working environment in the industry. Apart from academic facilities, such as library and other supporting study tools, Widyatama University also provides other supporting facilities, such as qualified student activity units. Ranking as 42nd best university in Indonesia, Widyatama University strongly believes that our graduates will excel anywhere in their future undertakings, either at national level or international level. Moreover, Widyatama University is ranked as the best private university in Bandung. Let's see as much knowledge as possible be devoted to the alma mater, nation, and the state. Apply your knowledge for the betterment of ourselves and society. Let's keep the spirit of innovation with Widyatama University. Keep implementing health protocol. Protect yourself and those around you.
Indonesia, gambaran surga di belahan dunia timur, dengan anugerah kecantikan alam dan budaya turun-temurun yang adiluhung, tentu patut global untuk menjunjung tinggi kebangsaan dan religiositas, mengemban amanah untuk memacu tumbuhnya semangat generasi muda dalam literasi, penerbit peneleh, menjiwakan kebangsaan, membumikan religiositas.
Karawang, the city of the initial struggle, a city with a rich history of struggle and abundant natural resources. We are here in Karawang to persist in our struggle. Welcome to Buana Perjuangan Karawang University, the best private university in Karawang Regency.
Sedang memasuki era Society 5.0. Sebagai upaya untuk mengimplementasikannya, maka UBP Karawang menyusun visi UBP Karawang berwawasan kebangsaan dan bereputasi internasional. Visi adalah sebuah harapan yang harus dicapai dengan komitmen dan sinergitas seluruh jajaran di UBP Karawang. Kami tidak memiliki keraguan untuk pencapaian tersebut, karena kami semua dimulai dari unsur yayasan, rektorat, dekanat, program studi, unit kerja, dan seluruh mahasiswa di UBP Karawang memiliki komitmen untuk meraih visi tersebut.
Come join us in shaping a generation of integrity for the nation. Buana Perjuangan University Karawang inspires with the spirit of Buana Perjuangan Karawang for Indonesia and the world.
Welcome to Widyatama University. Widyatama University always innovates for better quality of education while constantly adapting to current development. Along with the curriculum and proper online learning facilities, there should not be any worries for your study to be held back. It is crucial to adapt in the recent digital era. Therefore, online and offline learning are being implemented at Widyatama University. Prioritizing on study effectiveness, our lecturers are being emphasized and focused towards an open discussion with the students. In this way, we could ensure that there is no one-way learning and two-way communication between the students and the lecturers. Widyatama University consists of 5 main faculties, namely Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Cultural Studies, Faculty of Visual Communication Design, and Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. Widyatama students are prepared for critical thinking, open for discussion, and capable of becoming a problem solver in order to prepare themselves for the upcoming working environment in the industry. Apart from academic facilities, such as library and other supporting study tools, Widyatama University also provides other supporting facilities, such as qualified student activity units. Ranking as 42nd best university in Indonesia, Widyatama University strongly believes that our graduates will excel anywhere in their future undertakings, either at national level or international level. Moreover, Widyatama University is ranked as the best private university in Bandung. Let's see as much knowledge as possible be devoted to the alma mater, nation, and the state. Apply your knowledge for the betterment of ourselves and society. Let's keep the spirit of innovation with Widyatama University. Keep implementing health protocol. Protect yourself and those around you.
Generasi bangsa berwawasan global untuk menjunjung tinggi kebangsaan dan religiositas, mengemban amanah untuk memacu tumbuhnya semangat generasi muda dalam literasi, penerbit peneleh, menjiwakan kebangsaan, membumikan religiositas.
welcome back. And next, we will move to our first session of the conference. This session will be led by Associate Professor Dr. Ari Kamayanti.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our first session of the first International Conference on Business and Entrepreneurship for Nation Sustainability. And our theme is Business and Entrepreneur Adaptability to Artificial Intelligence for Greener Environment. And in this first session, we have two remarkable speakers. We have Sophie Kranz, MBA, and also Dr. Steve Bakalis. I would like to say hi to our speakers. Hello, Sophie. Are you there?
Hello, Ari. Yes, hello. Good morning from Melbourne.
Good morning. You look very, very beautiful, fresh, and so ready for our conference. Thank you so much for coming.
Excited to be here. Thank you.
Yes, and we also have Dr. Steve. Can I say hi to Dr. Steve, please? Hello, Dr. Steve.
Hello, Ari. I hope all is well down in your part of the world, and I'm pleased to be here to speak to you with Sophie. I must say that Sophie was my student about 30 years ago, but these days I'm her student.
Okay, this is very good. We always learn from each other. So
Yeah.
everyone, it's very, very good to see you. And everyone, the Zoom room chat is already open. So please say, or not say, just please type 1 if you are ready for this session. Type 1. Ketik 1 ya. Siap untuk mendengarkan conference ini. Type 1. Thank you so much for the participation. Yes. And everyone, before I'm going to conduct this session, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ari, and today we have Sophie Kranz, and Steve Bakalis, and we are going to talk about artificial intelligence and ethics and also business, and how are they going with these advancements of AI. And before we start, I'm going to give you a rundown. We are going to have 30 minutes. The first session will go to you, to Sophie, and then the other 30 minutes will go to Dr. Steve Bakalis, and then we're going to have a question and answer session. Then we
Now,
can
I just interrupt?
Yes, please.
It will be more of a blended presentation.
I see. Okay,
I will start. So Sophie will continue, and then I will be involved in the closing remarks with Sophie.
Okay, great. So it's going to be blended. So it's going to be very interactive. And before we start, I would like to introduce both our speakers. The first one is Sophie Kranz, MBA. She is a global citizen, and I am sure not many of us understand what global citizen means. So please introduce later on what is global citizen. And she resides now in Melbourne, Australia, and she collaborates with business leaders and entrepreneurs, amplifying their ambition to drive global goals to achieve win-win outcomes that address both commercial aims and socio-environmental imperatives. And you can check her out at sophiekranz.com, and she's always there full time from January 2019 up to this day. And she also works at IXOWorks from 2020 up to this time. And our second speakers, actually, it's going to be blended, yeah. So it's going to be Steve first. And our second speaker is Steve Bakalis, and he is from the LinkedIn, visiting scholar of Central University of Finance and Economics, Beijing, China. And he resides also in Melbourne, Australia. And that's why we see his background, very famous landmark of Australia. Is it the
Yeah,
Opera
look,
House? Right?
You referred to Sophie as a global citizen, right?
And you are too.
Well, I am too, but you know, you reminded me of a say by Greek philosopher Socrates, and
Aha.
I'm sure our common friend Evangelos will know this. He is known to have said that I'm not a Greek, I'm not an Athenian, but I am a citizen of the world.
And this brings us to a realization that we are the citizen of the world. Thank you so much, Steve.
Yeah.
And he's also visiting research fellow in the Australian Population and Migration Research Center in University of Adelaide. And everyone, these are two of our remarkable speakers, and we are going to listen to them. And wait, we're going to give you a bumper, a video bumper for the both of you. Please enjoy. Okay, thank you. Okay, so get ready with your pen and paper and get ready to ask any question. And you don't have to wait for the question and answer session. If you have any question and you don't want to forget your question, just type in the Zoom chat box. Okay, we have over 400 participants today, Sophie and Steve, and hopefully we can get some very interactive, interesting session. So time is yours.
Right. Do you
Wonderful.
have?
I will share my screen, Steve.
Yeah.
How does that look?
Yep, that's great.
Very good, very good. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Okay, so I'm going to be making a general introduction to this topic with some kind of historical background, because you know the issue with artificial intelligence is, in a nutshell, a substantial improvement in technology, and this has been an integral part of international economics for a long time. So I want to make this general presentation and then build on it with Sophie's help. So if you can move to the next diagram, Sophie. Look, what this diagram tells us in a few words is the production possibilities and how they work for each country in the world. It's known as the production possibility curve. If you can see the inside line, the curve, which is concave to the origin, it's basically a curve that allows an economy, a society, to choose points along it of capital goods and consumer goods. We have been doing that for a long time in our economies. Now, point B, for example, on the inside curve tells us that we can choose a combination of capital goods, which is smaller than consumer goods, you will note that the curve is concave to the origin, which basically means as you try to improve the quantity of consumer goods, you have to give up capital goods, and in doing so, you increase your consumer goods at the diminishing rate because the resources that move out of the capital sector into the consumer sector are not a good substitute for the consumer sector. That's what it tells us. Now, an economy can choose various points along the curve depending on its consumer preferences and other factors. So if you are on the curve, it means that you're operating effectively and efficiently. But if you are inside the curve, it means that you are inefficient in the use of your resources like capital and labor. And when I say labor, I mean unskilled, semi-skilled, and skilled labor. So it's ideal to be on the curve. Now, the why. Sorry, my apologies. The way that we can push out this curve is through technological improvements, being more creative, increasing our educational standards, having more skilled labor, etc. We have been trying to do this for a long time, and artificial intelligence has come into it and has become part of it. It's not different, but it's a bit more challenging. But the thing that occurred to me going over this curve the other day is the following. I was reading a book by Leo Tolstoy, who is a Russian philosopher and author, and the name of the book was The Confession. And I came across a statement that he made in chapter 5 of that book, which I would recommend that every student should read it. And he basically said, is development endless? How far can we keep pushing this curve out through technological change? And what do we really seek to achieve? Because, I think when we talk about consumer goods, we basically talk about a materialistic society. And can we keep doing it without damaging the environment or without being sustainable? And that is the challenge with artificial intelligence too. Now, the other things that come into the picture in this analysis are things like ethics, to which Sophie will speak during her presentation. Ethics has been a challenge for most societies. I will give you an example from Australia. There has been a report recently, and I read a relevant article in the Australian Financial Review, and it was stated that for every 10% increase in ethics in Australia, I don't know how the methodology worked, but for every 10% increase in ethics, we would achieve a 45 billion increase in our level of output. So, if you're in an ethical society and you misuse your technology improvements, then you're going backwards. And that has been the same over a long period of time. And artificial intelligence is not different, as I was saying before, but it's much more challenging. The other issues that come into the picture here is what kind of market structure do we have? Do we have a monopolistic one, or are we at the other extreme with a competitive market structure? Because that impacts on the production possibility curve, which point we will choose, and whether we will be on it or inside it. Clearly, if you're not ethical, you're inside it. You're not operating efficiently and effectively. The other aspect I was thinking that relates to which point we are on the curve, whether it's the inside or the outside as a result of technological improvements, is what kind of structure, if you like, political do we have? Do we have a democratic government? Do we have a decentralized or a centralized government? Does the government have too much control? Because if it does, that clearly is going to impact on efficiency and effectiveness and the position of the society, whether it is on the production possibility curve or whether it is not. Now, to cut this long story short, basically what we have on this diagram is a production possibilities curve for a society, and then some technological improvement has taken place and it has pushed it out. So we're able to produce more capital and consumer goods. But you know how far out you go, you put in pressure on resources, and if you are misusing the resources that we have on this earth, then it's possible that we may have problems. I mean, we basically have issues these days with climate change and ethical issues and all those things. Now, if I can move on to the next diagram, which highlights what I'm trying to say, this diagram is, shall I say, an improved version of the previous diagram, the production possibility curve. It is called as the donut diagram. It is included in a book called Donut Economics. I think the author of that book, I can't remember, Kate.
Roworth?
Yeah, yes. She is based in the UK these days, but she used to be a professor, I think, at Melbourne University, where I have worked many years ago too. Now, think of this diagram as the previous diagram, but it's a bit more sophisticated, and it tells us that there is an ecological ceiling. And if we keep trying improving, we may misuse the resources, and we could have negative implications like, you know, they're noted in the diagram. If you go all the way outside to the diagram, you will see air pollution, ozone layer depletion, climate change, etc., etc. So there is an ecological ceiling, it's saying, this donut diagram, and we need to behave responsibly as a society, knowing that if we violate that ecological ceiling, and there are examples in the past that it has been done, then we will have problems. Now, artificial intelligence has presented us with the opportunity to control for the way we treat natural resources. But the thing is it going to be addressed in a proper way, or it is going to be misused because of the way the structure of the structure of artificial intelligence is today, and Sophie will speak on that. Now, if you see the very inner line, which is called the green line, which is called social foundation, within it, there are various important points that are raised with respect to how we do things properly, if you like. So I was saying before, you know, the government structure, you will see political voice. Okay, do we have a direct democracy, for example? Are people able to express their views and to be taken into account? That's very important. So, you know, nations where there is a political voice would be able to address any issues and challenges with respect to artificial intelligence better. For example, education. Education is very, very important. And I will talk about education because here in Australia, I am on an academic board of a private university, and we have been alerted by the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency, which monitors universities, about how artificial intelligence is going to be used or misused within the university sector. For example, it's very easy these days to give an essay to a student, and as an economist, I could give an essay which is saying the question is, what is the impact of the imposition of a minimum wage in the labor market? Illustrate using diagrams. Now, these days, if you can put those words into Google, you will get your answer. But, would be how do we control for that within the university sector to make sure that the level of education improves in a genuine way and artificial intelligence is not being misused? And I have a photo behind me. I'm going to put it up and I'll see if you can see it. Oh, is that visible?
Yes, we can see.
Not
We can
really.
see. Well, we can see one man there.
Yeah.
No,
And your
there's two
head.
men.
Maybe because you have a virtual background, and that's why
No,
it's blurred.
Oh,
Oh yeah, we can see two men now.
okay. I'll tell you a story with that photo. That photo was taken at La Trobe University when I was working there in the 1980s, late 1980s. I was an assistant lecturer, and the gentleman who was Hungarian, Professor Laszlo Chapo, was my was the lecturer of a second-year macroeconomics subject. And I remember we had about 300 students, and at the end of every term, we would call each student in a room, and we would ask them to pick a card out of about 100 cards, which had a question, and they had to answer it. He wanted to ensure that they were not misusing any artificial intelligence that existed those days in a not ethical way. And he was a Hungarian. And I specifically mentioned this example because those days we did not have a lot of international students in Australia. But I remember that we had two Indonesian girls that were part of that course, and they came into the room together to pick up a card, and they were terrified. And Laszlo was an old man, and I kind of tried to help them because I knew they had done their work, but I knew that they were very frightened being in that room and having to answer an ad hoc question. So I use that example because artificial intelligence presents more challenges for education these days than back in the 80s or the 90s. And to close this statement and go back to ethics, if students are behaving in an unethical way in terms of using artificial intelligence, then we have a problem within the society. Now, with artificial intelligence and the way it is structured currently and the challenges it presents in addressing sustainability issues, I'm going to leave it to Sophie to go through the presentation using her slides, and I will contribute whenever I can. But I think Sophie is on top of the recent developments more so than I am, and I'm looking forward to her presentation and learning from it too.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And Steve, I love one of the things I've loved, not quite 30 years, but not so far off in spending time with Steve is the wisdom that he brings, the quotes from ancient Greece, and this very keen ability to look at the world as it is today and reflect on where the world has been, and bringing together the heart, the mind, history, where we are today and where we can be in the future is the essence of Steve. And I think it's something that, as keen learners, something that can keep us unique. I'd like to think that AI, that real heart and mind and desire to create a better world, is something that can be uniquely human. And don't we need that in the world right now? We, of course, well, just briefly to touch on the global citizen point, a few years ago, I was really fortunate to work in the United Nations in Geneva in international economic development. And what I loved about there was when you walk through the door, you are a member of the United Nations. You can identify less as the country where you are from. And I really like that. I really like having a space, a place where we can come as we are and we can together create the future. But after a few years of being there, I realized that the impact that I could make in international economic development, so improving the socioeconomic outcomes in low-income countries around the world, I realized that my impact was quite low. And that felt deeply dissatisfying. And I know that a lot of young people there and beyond, but there's about 1 million people a year that apply for a job in the UN. And the United Nations has always been a place where we look for solutions in the world. We look for a body, an international organization that unites us, that addresses the world's most significant challenges, be they related, humanitarian, economic, health, post-conflict, and so on. But if we look around the world, of course, we see that the world is in a deeply troubling place. And we know that the institutions and the organizations that we have are not doing this work that they could do. This impact, this positive impact is not being achieved. In fact, it feels like the world is in a bad place. And why is that? To me, my mind says that most leaders in the world lead based on their role and responsibility, and it tends to be defined by the borders that surround them, where they are. They look after their own national interests. And I love that this conference is about nation sustainability. And what we're going to explore a little bit in this presentation is, how do we look after the nation where we are when so much of the world is indeed interconnected? Living in this very interconnected world, indeed, where we have 5.55 billion people that are connected with a smartphone or a similar type of device. And so these challenges that we face are global, be they environmental, be they health related, be they education. We've got a lot of gaps in the world, and indeed fallout from geopolitical tensions and wars that are existing in the world right now. The ramifications are global. And so I think it's a really important time to be a keen learner and thinking about leadership, because we have an ability to design local impact. We can impact where we are by accessing global trends, technologies, and responding to threats at a global level. And so we will explore this. AI, of course, is global. AI is born global. And we're seeing major technology giants like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, OpenAI, of course, who has put ChatGPT out in the world. We know that these companies are global and they have huge influence over AI's trajectory. However, with great power comes great responsibility. And we when we're informed, when we can see what's happening in the world, we can have a say, we can play a role in the structure, what is behind the development and the deployment of AI, of these AI technologies, so that it happens in a way that benefits. The benefits are distributed equitably across society. So the benefits aren't contained within borders, so that the benefits are global, so that everyone benefits. And so this means going beyond a profit-driven approach and to consider the broader societal impacts. And so I mentioned very briefly, I worked in the UN for 5 years. It was my dream job, but I left feeling a bit dissatisfied. I remain a non-technologist. I am not a technologist. So any questions about AI from a technology perspective, I am not your person. And I know Steve's an economist, so we are not your people to talk about the mechanics behind AI. I'm super fortunate to have a lot of big tech people in my network, and they're really great to know when you've got those questions. After a few years of leaving the UN, I came across this. It's the Exponential Organizations Framework. And it's by Salim Ismail. He's a gentleman born in Delhi in India, grew up in Canada, and now resides in the US. He was the head of innovation at Yahoo back when Yahoo was very big. And he did a few years ago in about 2016, he said, what's happening? What's happening? Why are there these very high growth companies in the world? How can Instagram, for example, have 10 employees and be acquired for $1 billion? What's behind this fast growth with relatively low investment and low an intangible business model? And what he did was study 200 of these unicorns, and he came up with this framework, this exponential organization framework. And I love to know what's working in the world. And this is a framework that I'm a practitioner in. And I work with Global Fortune 2000 companies and other businesses to look at what would they do if they wanted to take this approach, this very innovative approach. And I want to share this because as someone who is not a technologist, I try very much to not shy away from the influence, the role that technology is having in the world. And I very passionately believe that we all have a role to play in shaping our future. And no more the case than with AI, because its implications are so far reaching. Let's move on from this beautiful donut slide. So we have in the world a lot of key players that have emerged in the AI space. And one of them is Emad Mustak, who is very, very recently stepped down as the CEO of Stability AI. And he has been very vocal in supporting a shift from centralized to decentralized AI development. And why does this matter? Centralized AI concentrates power and decision-making in the hands of a few. And of course, this can lead to monopolization and significant societal imbalances. However, decentralization distributes power and it fosters this more balanced landscape that encourages innovation and it mitigates risks against any single entity becoming too powerful. Now, this really matters because, in this era, we hear a lot about disruption. We have business models appear what feels like overnight. The classic examples, of course, being very AI-driven companies, Uber, Airbnb, and so on. They disrupt legacy companies and in legacy industries. They can do so because they are using different tools. They are technology driven, they are data enabled, and they're able to scale. And the traditional players and even regulators, policymakers, governments, they often don't see it's happening until they've achieved a level of global prominence. And then it becomes really hard to catch up, and it becomes really hard to scale back, because power is a very motivating thing for those that have power. And we can understand this a little more. Indeed, we are shifting from, or we have a shift. We're at a fork in the road. We have to decide which way are we as citizens of the world. And I love that, Steve. I am a citizen of the world. As a citizen of the world, we each get to decide, and I believe play a role in making a choice of which way do we go. Do we go to centralization or decentralization? And if we look at history a little further, we can understand this and really understand the role of power. And so we know that shifts in power have been closely linked, as Steve alluded to. They're closely linked to technological advancements. So in the Industrial Revolution to the information age today, we know that those who control technology typically control the power. And as mentioned, it's becoming increasingly difficult for governments, for policymakers at the national or even at the multilateral. The UN, for example, is very slow to act in this space, the OECD and so on. They put out some recommendations, but this is still a very, very, very early stage. And those that have power are continuing to grab it. And so today's tech giants, they do, if you like, echo the industrial magnates of the past. The tools, however, that they have at their disposal, which is artificial intelligence, based on a world of data being available, this is far more potent and far-reaching. So if we think AI, we know that AI does very little if there's no data. But because we live in a trillion, I think there's a trillion or so sensors in the world that are constantly gathering data. That data is there to be leveraged, and it is now. And that data that The Economist about 10 years ago called the new oil is indeed of immense value to those that have it and that leverage it. And so this does place us at this fork in the road where we must consider the power dynamics shaped by AI and how will it impact global economies and indeed the fabrics of our society. If we think of data where we live, we have, depending on which countries, there's varying levels, but most indeed countries, wherever we have connectivity, we have data on health, the health of our citizens, education. We have data on the environment. Who owns this data and who should benefit from that data? These are really important questions because access to that data and what AI can do with that data, I believe, should benefit everyone, so that we can address local problems using technology that is able to think and act at that global level to deliver really tailored, powerful recommendations at a local level. And so we know that there are these tech giants progressing, and there is indeed, if we look at the tech giants, if we look at OpenAI as well as Google, Microsoft, and so on, we can see that there is a move towards centralized AI. There is this centralized AI. There's control and power held by a few companies. And this has significant ethical and governance challenges. And we need to know them in order, these challenges, what these challenges, these considerations are, in order to be able to question them and to shape them. So the decentralized AI does this, decentralized meaning this AI that is accessible for everyone, where everyone is able to use the AI for their own benefit, rather than AI just being benefiting, making profit for the few, it presents a more ethical governance approach and more innovative outcomes for everyone, everywhere. And so this decentralized approach, meaning everyone owns the AI, everyone can use the AI, it encourages more people to contribute. It encourages diversity of contributors, and that can lead to more creative and inclusive solutions. So we can make the AI benefit everyone when we've got really motivated people playing a role. The threat with centralized AI is that it's profit-driven. How do we use this data to get more? How do we make our app more sticky so that people spend hours a day consuming, buying things they might not need? We all know that the downfalls, rather, and the fallout from some technology that exists today. And of course, Meta or Facebook gets a lot of criticism because of their algorithm that feeds negative news in some instances. And so we can see that there are these differences between centralized and decentralized AI, and it will impact how we innovate in the world. If anyone has access to data anywhere and the ability to use AI, more can happen. And privacy, who owns the AI? I believe everyone should own their own data. And there's, of course, a lot of commentary in that space. And so we know that the AI as it is, has vast potential. We can see that it's growing at a huge rate. We know that it took ChatGPT 5 days to reach 1 million users. It took apps before that months. Things are speeding up, and we're only just at the beginning. It is said that AI will never be as bad as it is today because it's only going to get more and more amazing. So to harness the potential, we need to tailor AI to specific local contexts. In doing that, we can address specific socioeconomic and environmental needs. And importantly, we can respect cultural heritage. We know that we are, as humans, we have beautiful, rich cultures in different parts of the world. To treat the world as the same is a potential threat to cultural heritage. And so this localization that we'll explore a little down the track in this presentation is of vital importance. And we also can consider aligning these local applications with the global technological advancements that drive efficiency and scalability. It's not practical, it's not achievable for every country to develop their own AI that works for their own country. If we have this decentralized at a global level approach, we allow each place to tailor, to focus on the pressing socioeconomic, societal, environmental, and so on needs in that place, and achieve what they couldn't otherwise achieve because the budgets are just too high. The World Customs Organization cannot get computer scientists because they can't afford them. They can't pay them. That's an international organization that cannot get computer scientists to work on next level global applications for the safety of moving customs, the movement of goods internationally, because they can't afford them. So making it accessible and efficient and scalable is really important. So we want to make sure that AI is relevant everywhere on the planet, and we want to make sure that it's sustainable and globally integrated. The role of political leaders in AI is an important consideration. A lot of governments have an AI role popping up, a minister of AI, departments that are looking at AI. And they can focus where AI is now. How do we use AI based on its current application to do what we need to do in our country faster, better, cheaper? Cheaper is important in a climate of economic contraction. How do we use AI today? And what we need to do, of course, is have our leaders thinking about the future and playing a role in the global governance. So it's a complex landscape, and we want regulations to balance public safety and that allow this innovation. And so it may well be likely that stricter regulations are required. However, it's a fine balance because, of course, we don't want to stifle the creative potential that AI offers. So it's about protecting society and the individual and unique needs, socioeconomic, environmental, and so on, in every nation, but enabling the global AI for it to be better for all of humanity to develop. It's no easy task, is it? And so leaders need to act with foresight. They need to craft policies that promote healthy development, an ecosystem that AI is able to align with what's required locally and act in the greater good for all of humanity. And so developing of AI standards that are globally applicable yet locally adaptable is absolutely challenging, but it's essential. And these standards can ensure consistency and safety while allowing for local nuances. And this, of course, requires active participation from political and business leaders. Let's not leave it to the technologists. It's not just about setting rules. It's about shaping a framework that accommodates diverse perspectives and needs. And through this process, leaders can help steer the development of AI in a direction that benefits all, not just the select few. And here we have an AI strategy matrix that I've developed. We can think about this need to balance global integration with local responsiveness. There's this element of thinking global, acting global, but also thinking local and acting local. And if we do too much of one and not the other, there are considerations. And so when we just briefly, in the interest of time, I won't go through all the detail, but when we think global and think local, we are utilising international AI research and the developments to inform local AI policy. And that's a great thing. When we act local and think global, we can develop and deploy AI solutions that are specifically designed to meet local challenges. And that's great. When we act global, when we're playing a role, when we're having a role, we're at the table, having a say at the table. We can adopt this globally recognized AI, the standards, and ensure that they're able to be adapted to local regulatory and cultural landscapes. When we act global and act local, we can roll out AI technology that's been developed at a global scale and adapt them for local use. And so we can see that there is a need to have a say, engaging in global debates, participating in international forums. We know that we need to understand and present what are our local and our unique needs so that those are factored into the development of AI. And so that it doesn't benefit just the wealthy countries, the high-income nations, for example, so that even the lowest income nations in the world are able to advance significantly. Because without this, their levels of development may be further hindered. So we've seen with this matrix, there are possible outcomes with different AI governance, different levels of governance. And And there's a different choice, and there are these different scenarios, and each will depend on whether we ultimately have a winner-takes-all outcome or a win-win scenario. So winner-takes-all is this centralized model where it benefits the few. It's zero-sum. Win-win is positive sum, and this is the decentralized model. And so let's have a look at that in a little bit more detail as well. Here we have an AI systems outcome matrix determining who will win in the world. And absolutely, the approach that would be very good for the few, but not for the majority of humanity, is, of course, this centralized AI with a winner-takes-all. There's high risk of monopolization, leading to power concentration and reduced innovation. Impacts are limited to the few corporations or governments, potentially at the expense of the broader public. And we've got also a couple of other, you can see scenarios there with win-win at the worldwide level, but centralized AI, that's rare, but possible if regulations and ethical guidelines enforce equitable distribution of the benefits. This will be telling the big players, you must do the right thing. But the risk is high of power concentration. They will gather wealth and power, and that's a risk. Decentralized AI with a winner-takes-all is so less likely due to the distributed nature of control and benefits. Regional disparities could still result in uneven benefits. And we've got the fourth quadrant there, which is decentralized AI, so it benefits all the world, and it's worldwide win-win, this positive sum. This is really the one that we all should be striving for. It promotes innovation and equitable access to technology. Benefits are distributed widely, enhancing global development and cooperation. This is the future on this page. This is the future. What exactly the future will be depends on how business leaders, policymakers, and political leaders, what they discuss and the decisions that are made. I'm going to pass back to Steve. Steve, you're on mute.
Yeah, I think in your presentation, Sophie, the words that were pivotal was centralization and decentralization. Now, I didn't realize that this is how the artificial intelligence sector is at the moment. I use the artificial intelligence, as a person in the way that I have opportunities, and I don't know the details. But what is clear is that centralization versus decentralization are very important issues. And I was going to ask you a question, actually, because you have spent time in Switzerland, okay? And it is known as one of the most democratic countries that got a direct democracy model. Do you think it presents itself as a country where artificial intelligence is utilized in a better way compared to some other countries, let's say Australia or Indonesia?
Well, that's a good question. How AI is utilized. What Switzerland does that I believe is very clever is it likes to position itself. It likes to look after Switzerland. It's an island within Europe, if you like. It's not a part of the clubs. It's not a part of the EU and so on. And so it looks after its It looks after its people and absolutely its environment within its borders. And they are using artificial intelligence for efficiency gains and so on, because they have resources and expertise in the nation to do that. What they also do is they position themselves very cleverly to be a hub of global consideration and development. And so, of course, there are many UN agencies that are based in Geneva, and they also have the World Economic Forum, the annual meeting at Davos every year, held in January every year. They position themselves well to bring together world thinkers to create and craft solutions for the world. So they're able to act local and think global and convene global at the same time. Does that answer your question, Steve?
Yeah, yes, it does, because you made reference to them not being part of the European club, and I think the club is facing a lot of challenges these days. So with the benefit of hindsight, maybe they went down the correct path. But if you can move on to the next diagram, please. Now, I included this diagram, which kind of resembles the previous donut diagram, and it is an integral part of the mission of, shall I call it, organization, government-funded organization in Australia, which is called Smart Satellite CRC. And it is based in Adelaide. It just happens that a friend of mine who has a Greek background, he's actually from Sparta, from Greece, Professor Andy Kouronios, is the director of this organization, and it works very much like the donut diagram. It's trying to utilize artificial intelligence in a donut diagram way. If you like, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, you can check the website, which is smartsatcrc, I think, .com.au. You will find it. It's very easy to find. And if you can move on to the next slide, Sophie, which gives a description. And it says that SmartSat CRC is an agile organizing team bringing together academic researchers, industry, and the end users to develop, manage, and deliver useful technologies, algorithms, and knowledge that supports every sector of our economy. Our research is developing intellectual property and a specialist industry expertise to grow Australian space industry, create export economic value, and generate new high-tech jobs for our future space leaders. Now, I remember sometime last year we had a similar forum, and it was in Greece, in the country where I come, in the city where I come from, the city of Volos, and Professor Andy Kouronios made a presentation, and maybe later on, if you have another forum that tries to explore these issues, you can invite him to speak to you, because this particular project, SmartSat, is an integral part funded by the Australian government, mostly, of trying to use artificial intelligence, if you like, to enhance sustainability in South Australia, and not only. It has got a lot of international partners. I don't know whether they have a partnership somewhere in Indonesia, but it can be easily checked if you go onto their website. Now, it is certainly the case that, you know, from what I know about South Australia, and Sophie has spent time in Adelaide, and she worked there too, it seems to be a kind of decentralized state. I can tell that from the friends I have there and how it operates. It allows access, if you like, and it's got a good governance over the years. It's a small city, but it's doing well. Yeah, Sophie, did you want to add to that?
The Adelaide Point?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yes, it's as Steve mentioned, it's a relatively small state. It's absolutely tiny on a global scale. However, there is a keen desire to be innovative, and the government is very supportive of innovators and entrepreneurialism. And one of the most important sectors, of course, for the state is it relies very heavily on tourism. They have a number of very important parts of the state where particularly tourists from Asia like to visit. And what they are able to do, I think, very well is they're able to punch above their weight. They're able to achieve a lot because they have close collaboration and discussion between the business community and policymakers. And when I did live in Adelaide for a few years, I did my MBA actually at Adelaide University, and I started in the private sector, and then I finished my last year working for the state government in an international trade market access type role. And what they did very, very well was help to bridge businesses in Adelaide to do business internationally in a very lean way. And so sometimes, of course, we've got this idea that we have to have a lot of resources, but I think it's a really great example, Steve, how South Australia is able to honour its traditional industries like tourism, but they are the leader, I believe, in Australia in satellite technology.
Yeah, that's why I brought up this as an example that utilizes artificial intelligence in a creative way in this state, which is very small, but I think size sometimes does not matter. There is I have actually a book somewhere here. It's an economics book, but the title is "Small is Beautiful." It's an economics book. Yeah, because sometimes we talk about small versus large economies, and we've got the large economies: China, the United States, European Union, and then you've got Switzerland, which is a small but very dynamic economy outside the club, so to speak, as you mentioned before. You've got Singapore, which is a very tiny nation, but it has done extremely well. And the other thing that comes to mind from all this discussion is what is the difference about these issues that we sought to discuss in terms of East versus the West, because they're two different. I've spent a lot of time in Asia, in Malaysia, China, and in Europe, being a European myself, and these questions that we have been discussing. The answers may be different in terms of East versus West. Just a question, a rhetorical question. Anyway, look, thank you, Sophie, and everyone for listening to us.
Yes, thank you indeed. And just before we hand over back to Ari, there are more details to the presentation in this Insights paper. And I share it because it's also an invitation to engage. I believe it's really important that we do have participation, dialogue from all corners of the planet. We can create our own alternative, if you like, to the United Nations that is a little bit stuck and stagnant where it is. We can have a role in shaping the future of artificial intelligence and if it benefits all or the few. And I absolutely believe that we need to have diverse voices at the table. So this is We do not want a model that suits the West. Let's have those discussions where we benefit from learning about each other and our needs, and integrate those for an approach that is win-win, that's win for all. And then just super briefly, I'd like to say thank you as well. It's been a wonderful time together. Thank you.
Most welcome. Let's give big applause to Professor Steve Bakalis and Sophie Christ.
Thank you.
Very, very good. And I would like to invite you, if you would like to speak directly to our speakers or ask them directly, we are going to invite you to actually speak. And thinking about centralized or decentralized, I actually have the power to control the Zoom meeting. So I think the centralized issue is here. To maybe, as Sophie said, create societal imbalance when the power is placed upon the right hand, a righteous man or woman, a true fair man or woman. It actually can create social balance. So I think this is very interesting about decentralization and centralization. I think we're going to discuss that more. But we have a question, very, very interesting. And I think this is what is happening in the world today. When you talk about the donut economics, we talk about the societal foundation. And at the moment, the societal foundation is being crushed by something that we really, really hate to see. And I would like to invite one of our participants. I just chat with her just now. Andriani, would you like to say or ask something? And she actually asked something in the Zoom chat, but I think she would like to say it out loud with the mic and camera open. Andriani? Hello.
Yes, thank you. The host that unmute me.
Oh, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is very interesting topic. You know, AI is really important things all over the world. I take note the statement from Steve that the use of AI should be in ethical way. I totally agree with that. The use of AI should be in ethical way. We should use AI with ethical way, right? I agree with that. But maybe I just want to have your opinion about, you know, case of Google with the project Nimbus. I think everyone know it, the Nimbus project, where the employees protest Google to stop the collaboration with the project. But because the employee realized that the technology by Google contribute to the military in Israel, but finally the employee fired by Google. That's raised big questions, probably from everyone in the world. Which one is ethic? Which one is not ethics? Maybe you can give us some opinion about it. What do you think? Thanks.
Right. Sophie, can you help?
Wow. Look, I think this is a really important question. And what we are seeing is power at the organizational level, and we are seeing the agency of very smart people that work inside these organizations. And so we have seen across different big tech players, we have seen employees resign, indeed protest, and I respect their courage. And they have Google on their CV, and more than that, they have a big tech company, the experience behind them. What they will do with a sense of injustice of the win-win model is very interesting. And so we can look at it two ways. We can look at it indeed that the big players are too powerful and they're not being controlled. And I think we can take great hope in humans having the courage to speak out and act out, and that they can go and build bigger and better things in the world. So it gives me a sense of hope that we have the transparency to see this and that people are taking action on this. Steve, what's popped up for you?
Sorry, I saw my laptop going flat, so I'm running around to connect the PowerPoint.
Okay, we are going to wait for Steve because his laptop is running out of battery. And AI relies so much on electricity, everyone.
Right. That's right.
If you want to shut down the world, I think we can shut down the energy. Basically, because we're so interconnected with energy, with the AI. So, for example, if right now there's a big power shutdown, we are going to lose this conference immediately. Hello, Steve. Back again. Is your laptop okay?
Yeah, no, look, artificial intelligence was not helping. I had to put my laptop back because it told me that it was going flat. Sorry, can you repeat? Can you give me your key question again?
Okay. You know, the use of AI should be in an ethical way. I totally agree with that. I just want to ask your opinion with the issue with Project Nimbus, you know, with Google, when some Google employee protests with the Project Nimbus. They want Google to cut the project, and because they believe the employee believe that the project contribute with the ongoing war in the Middle East and in Palestine. But the employee finally fired by the Google. So which one is ethics? Which one is unethic? I think the Google should listen to the employee also, you know. Transparency is needed. The employee didn't realize that the project contribute with the military action. So they don't want to contribute with the military action, so they protest. But they finally fired. Some of them resign, some of them keep protesting, but the one who keep protesting finally fired by Google. Yes. What do you think about it? Give me your opinion. Yeah, I know it's quite difficult, you know, powerful people.
Yeah, look, I mean, the other thing that I think the point you're raising relates to how one uses artificial intelligence in a destructive way, right? And, you know, I think this war that is being fought in Palestine, for example, and in the with Israel, a lot of the intelligence that is being used is based on artificial intelligence to do destructive things. So, you know, I don't know. You reminded me now, and it goes back to intelligence, about a story. This is a real story, and there's a movie on it. I can't remember the title of the movie, Sophie. You may be able to help me, but this is the movie about in the 40s technology being used in Britain to counter a Nazi attack that was going to take place, and certain decisions had been made. As to how the British would have responded in that case. And it turns out that if they had gone ahead with their plan, the particular boat that would have been hit was a boat where the technologist that had devised the plan was a boat where his brother was on, and you know, he would have been killed. And I can't remember. It's a brilliant movie, and it's actually a movie which signals the onset of artificial intelligence that we're discussing here today. Ari, do you know what the movie is?
Oh, I don't know. In my mind's Alan Turing. No, was it about the
It's a
invention
real,
of computer
and
for the first time? Was it?
it's a real story, and it's about the issues that you raised in your question and more, but it is the springboard that move it to the onset of artificial intelligence.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we got the idea. Yeah, we can. Maybe we can remember the movie later.
Yeah, we were looking
Hang
for
on.
the movie
If we
later.
if we can move on to the next statement or question, I'll try and
Sure.
find it.
Okay. Bu Andriani, is it okay for you? Do you still have more?
I think it's okay. Yeah,
Thank
thank you
you
very
so
much.
much. Thank you so much. Yes, and right now we are facing very difficult time in the world. We have the Ukrainian and Russian war, and on top of that, we still have the Gaza war. And I really fear that we are going to approach another next world war, but hopefully, let's cross our fingers, it would happen. Okay, we do have some questions, but as I promised, we have some quiz, everyone. Okay? So get set to answer, and the first one who answer right in the Zoom chat will get a prize. The prize will be an ebook on what we call nethnography. So Peneleh Research Institute published an ebook called nethnography. Basically, it's a research method how you could actually explore the phenomena. And because we now live in not just the real world, but we have extended our real world into social medias, into Facebook, Instagram, we could actually research those, and that we can research through ethnography. So get ready. This is the first question. It's very, very easy, and you can answer it if you listen carefully. Okay, the first one. Who okay, who from our two speakers today said that this person has worked at UN in Geneva? Okay, who? Very, very fast. Ibu Adriani, is that correct, Sophie? Yeah, you got the first question correct. Okay, thank you so much for participating, but you didn't win it, yeah, because Andriani answered the first one in my Zoom chat. Okay, Andriani, you could contact me and you will get your prize through your email because an ebook. The second question, this is a bit hard, and I think you get it if you also listen very carefully. Sophie talked about centralization and decentralization of artificial intelligence. Okay, which one? Is it decentralization or is it centralization of AI that can distribute power to avoid significant societal imbalance? Which one distributes more power to the people? Is it centralization or decentralization? Okay, answer. Decentralized. But Andriani, because you've answered the first one, I don't think it's fair to give you another one. So we're gonna check the next answer here is from Dodi Setiawan. Congratulations from Dodi Setiawan. Okay, great everyone. Okay, do you want more quiz? One more? Okay. Okay, this one should also be easy. Yeah, which one from our two speakers is a member of the academic board for private education in Australia? Steve. Your name is being hailed. Hail Steve. Yeah. Kurniawan, you got the reward. Okay, you got the bonus quiz. Thank you so much. And we still have time, everyone, to get to the next questions. Thank you for participating in the quiz. And please contact me directly to get your prize, okay? More quiz later? Yeah, maybe if I am in a good mood. So make sure I am in a good mood. Okay, everyone. The question next. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up to the Zoom chat, and we have a question from Irfan Rizki. Is Muhammad Irfan Rizki here? Would you like to open mic and cam? Or should I read your question? Irfan Rizki. Okay. I'm waiting for Irfan Rizki to raise the hand. So if you raise your hand in the icon of the Zoom meeting, we would like to spotlight you and you can be seen by everyone. Okay, Irfan Rizki asks, based on your experience, what are the risks or big challenges associated with the use of AI in the implementation context of production possibility curves and sustainability economics? Okay, this sounds like a real tough exam question. Well, I'm going to give this question to Steve because I think he is the economist, and so we said, yeah. Go ahead, Steve.
Sorry?
Yes, what are the big challenges associated with the use of AI in the implementation context of production possibility curve? Because you talk about the production possibility curve, and by the use of AI, it could actually be extended. But are there any risks involving the use of AI when you want to try to extend this possibility curve, production possibility?
The risks are not dissimilar to what they have been in the past. We just have to do it in a considerate and in an ethical way. And I think in her presentation, Sophie identified issues that were important in terms of how we can misuse artificial intelligence, and it can backfire. And the other thing is that, what is the objective? What are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to increase the goods that appeared on the horizontal axis that are the consumer goods? And how far can we go trying to do that? There is the other side of the coin, which is to live a life which is wise, and it's more so in the east side of the world than in the west, right? So I don't have anything else to add, but I would just like to say that the movie that I was referring to, which is a riddle story, and you should try and check it out, especially for the students. It's called The Imitation Game.
Oh yeah, Imitation Game.
As I found it, it talks about it. It was an imitation game during the war, right? Since we were talking in the previous question about issues related to the war. And I'm going to read out this small paragraph. The film's title quotes the name of the game. Cryptanalyst Alan Turing proposed for answering the question, can machines think? In his 1950 seminal paper, Computing Machinery and Intelligence. So we're discussing issues that have been at the forefront a long time back when artificial intelligence started to develop. And there is a book. This is a true story. I really liked it. I'll probably watch the movie again tonight. Now, the other thing that I'm going to say is that I noted in the questions, one student, I think, asked the question about artificial intelligence and education, how it is used in Australia.
Yes.
To be honest, it's an issue that we have to deal with when we face a committee at our private university later on in the year, and I'm not prepared for it because, you know, I can't. All I'm going to say is if you Google TEXA, which stands for Tertiary Education Quality and Standards and Standards Agency in Australia and artificial intelligence, you will see that there is a dedicated link on their website which alerts universities as to how to use artificial intelligence in an ethical way. And if they don't do so, especially private universities may be losing their license. But look, the higher education sector in Australia is facing a lot of challenges these days. That's a big story, and part of it is artificial intelligence.
Yes, thank you so much. Oh, let's just check a quick survey here, because we have over 420 people, participants, and maybe mostly students. And please said yes, type yes in the Zoom chat if you have ever used AI such as ChatGPT or Bing to do your essay homework. Please chat yes. Okay, here we go, Steve. Yes. Okay, lecturers, be warned. Oh my God, see? Okay, we could talk about ethic in education for our next conference. That would be very, very, very interesting. Okay, a bit scary though. I'm gonna move away from the chat box for a while.
Well, I think the question to ask next to the students: do you think your behavior was ethical?
Oh, okay. That would be interesting. Okay, come on, we still have time. Do you think by using ChatGPT, you are doing ethical work? And we could, because we using yes or no, do you think by using ChatGPT, you using ethical work? And you could say 0 for not ethical. 0 means I'm not ethical. Oh, they know it's not ethical, but they still doing it anyway. Okay. Big homework for us, especially the philosopher from Greece, and he's really holding his chin like that, and like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do with you all?
Okay, I'm sure we will talk again, and next time we can invite.
Okay.
There's a lot of issues we have to.
Yes, we do have a lot of issues. Someone said 9. I'm not so sure what 9
I
stands for.
I was told that your regular guest sometimes on your forums, my friend Evangelos in Greece, may be
Yes, he's
visiting
coming.
Indonesia.
Yes, will you come too?
And I'll try and come when he's there.
Okay, that's really great. Can we have a room for one more question, please? I think this is regarding Smart Sat CRC. There's one room question from Widya Khairunisa. Would Widya Khairunisa be appearing on our screen, talking directly, or should I just read from the Zoom chat? Okay. She's asking, what are the economic incentives for businesses and organizations to embrace decentralized intelligence? They're talking about economic incentive, so we could have decentralized intelligence. And how might it reshape business models, innovation strategies, and market dynamics? And how does Smart Sat CRC's engagement with multinational corporations and international space agencies contribute to leveraging global resources, expertise, and investment for the advancement of satellite technology and the expansion of economic opportunities worldwide? So it's quite a lot of questions, but you might get the gist of it. The gist is about how would we encourage the corporations to decentralize their AIs. I think that's the gist. And this question could be used, could be for both of you, Sophie and Steve.
Sophie?
believe that if there isn't transparency and there isn't public dialogue and debate, centralization will continue. That we know, and I think the example from your wonderful question there from the audience member, I'm sorry, I don't remember her name, on Google, they will do what they can do if it goes unnoticed. But we have evidence, we've got some data points around increasing transparency. We have people who are very driven to create equitable outcomes in the world. And so it is imperative that we continue to push dialogue, discussion, debate, and contribution from as many stakeholders as possible so that the centralized model does not take place. We can inform policymakers so that they are making informed decisions. And otherwise, I believe the centralized model will progress. Unfortunately, I believe that's the reality. Steve, how about you?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think part of the question was about Adelaide and Smart Sat CRC. Was that correct?
Yes, it was correct. It was example.
Yeah. Look, all I can add is that at the ground level, Smart Sat CRC is also active in terms of helping the local community come to terms with artificial intelligence. Now, there's a friend of mine who is based in Adelaide, and Sophie would know him because I connected with this person at the time when she was in Adelaide, and that's Nick Begakis. Yep. And what they have done, and I'm talking about real things, is that they have located an abandoned part of Adelaide, which is called Lot 9. And Smart Sat CRC is part of this project. And what they're doing is that they're encouraging prospective firms that have got good ideas but find it hard to implement them to take up a lease without rent for, let's say, 6 months or a year and develop their business model. And when they become profit making, if you like, then they can pay back rent to the city or to the owner. And I found it very clever because it has enhanced the economic capability of Adelaide and the state of South Australia, and Smart Sat CRC is an integral part of that project. So I don't know the details, but it could be a different talk by somebody else in the future. Because the other thing is that cities can learn from each other like people can learn from each other. Some places have got good local and regional policies utilizing artificial intelligence, and Adelaide is a case in point because I think they're doing well.
Just to add to that point, just briefly to add to that point, I think the role of incentives is important. We know that startups and scale-ups do require support, be it in accelerators, be it in innovation hubs where they have access to free office space, mentors, access to investors, and that kind of thing. And while we never want to stifle innovation, I believe we can incentivize win-win innovation, potentially more than the zero-sum orientated innovation.
Okay, thank you so very much. And this has been such a great session. And if we could go on and on, because so many things we should talk about. And we talk about the small and medium enterprises in the midst of this AI, and their challenges are so huge. because how would they compete with the big tech corporations? And when we talk about decentralization, like what Steve just described, the use of SmartSat CRC to ensure that everyone could have more opportunities to grow and to get data from the collection that they have already gathered. And I think that's going to be wonderful when AI is used fairly, is in the right hand, is in the right hands of the wise leaders. Then we could actually try to get this to achieve this balanced society. Such an insightful session. We thank Sophie and Steve so much for their contributions. We thank everyone who participates. Over 400 still remain in this conference. Thank you so much. We could not have done it without you. And to show our appreciation, please accept our e-certification and will be sent to you for Sophie and for Steve Bakalis. This is for Sophie. Please accept our gratitude, Sophie. We hope you success, and for Steve. Thank you so much. And we really wish to really see you in person, because we are not electric human.
Sophie, can I ask you, Sophie? You told me that you were recently in Bali, right?
Right.
Yeah. And the purpose of your visit was to?
I ran a strategy workshop for a client,
cool.
an international business strategy workshop for a client in Bali. And I also went to a yoga retreat for a couple of days by myself, which was a wonderful treat. So beautiful.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Thank you so much. Oh, you should have told me. I'm going to Bali in June. Maybe you could join me.
Would love to.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. What a great session. And I'm going to give back our session to our Master of Ceremony. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for Sophie and Professor Steve for such insightful session, and thank you so much for Dr. Ari Kamayanti to lead this session. Please give applause. And we are going to have a break session. Please be here in 1.5 hour or at 1 p.m. Jakarta time. Thank you, and I'll see you in 1.5 hour. See ya.
Karawang, the city of the initial struggle, a city with a rich history of struggle and abundant natural resources. We are here in Karawang to persist in our struggle. Welcome to Buana Perjuangan Karawang University, the best private university in Karawang Regency.
goal of becoming a problem solver in order to prepare themselves for the upcoming working environment in the industry. Apart from academic facilities, such as library and other supporting study tools, Widyatama University also provides other supporting facilities such as qualified student activity units. Ranking as 42nd best university in Indonesia, Widyatama University strongly believes that our graduates will excel anywhere in their future undertakings, either at national level or international level. Moreover, Widyatama University is ranked as the best private university in Bandung. Let's see as much knowledge as possible be devoted to the alma mater, nation, and the state. Apply your knowledge for the betterment of ourselves and society. Let's keep the spirit of innovation with Widyatama University. Keep implementing health protocol. Protect yourself and those around you.
Dengan visi menjadi penerbit terkemuka dalam menerbitkan karya yang memicu generasi bangsa berwawasan global untuk menjunjung tinggi kebangsaan dan religiositas, mengemban amanah untuk memacu tumbuhnya semangat generasi muda dalam literasi. Penerbit peneleh, menjiwakan kebangsaan, membumikan religiositas.
Karawang, the city of the initial struggle, a city with a rich history of struggle and abundant natural resources. We are here in Karawang to persist in our struggle. Welcome to Buana Perjuangan Karawang University, the best private university in Karawang Regency.
Widyatama University consists of 5 main faculties, namely Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Cultural Studies, Faculty of Visual Communication Design, and Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. Widyatama students are prepared for critical thinking, open for discussion, and capable of becoming a problem solver in order to prepare themselves for the upcoming working environment in the industry. Apart from academic facilities, such as library and other supporting study tools, Widyatama University also provides other supporting facilities such as qualified student activity units. Ranking as 42nd best university in Indonesia, Widyatama University strongly believes that our graduates will excel anywhere in their future undertakings, either at national level or international level. Moreover, Widyatama University is ranked as the best private university in Bandung. Let's see as much knowledge as possible be devoted to the alma mater, nation, and the state. Apply your knowledge for the betterment of ourselves and society. Let's keep the spirit of innovation with Widyatama University. Keep implementing health protocol. Protect yourself and those around you.
Memicu generasi bangsa berwawasan global untuk menjunjung tinggi kebangsaan dan religiositas, mengemban amanah untuk memacu tumbuhnya semangat generasi muda dalam literasi, penerbit peneleh, menjiwakan kebangsaan, membumikan religiositas.
Karawang, the city of the initial struggle, a city with a rich history of struggle and abundant natural resources. We are here in Karawang to persist in our struggle. Welcome to Buana Perjuangan Karawang University, the best private university in Karawang Regency.
Dan seluruh mahasiswa di UGP Karawang memiliki komitmen untuk meraih visi tersebut.
Come join us in shaping a generation of integrity for the nation. Buana Perjuangan University Karawang inspires with the spirit of Buana Perjuangan Karawang for Indonesia and the world.
Welcome to Widyatama University. Widyatama University always innovates for better quality of education while constantly adapting to current development. Along with the curriculum and proper online learning facilities, there should not be any worries for your study to be held back. It is crucial to adapt in the recent digital era. Therefore, online and offline learning are being implemented at Widyatama University. Prioritizing on study effectiveness, our lecturers are being emphasized and focused towards an open discussion with the students. In this way, we could ensure that there is no one-way learning and two-way communication between the students and the lecturers. Widyatama University consists of 5 main faculties, namely Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Cultural Studies, Faculty of Visual Communication Design, and Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. Widyatama students are prepared for critical thinking, open for discussion, and capable of becoming a problem solver in order to prepare themselves for the upcoming working environment in the industry. Apart from academic facilities, such as library and other supporting study tools, Widyatama University also provides other supporting facilities such as qualified student activity units. Ranking as 42nd best university in Indonesia, Widyatama University strongly believes that our graduates will excel anywhere in their future.
Perjuangan University Karawang is dedicated to creating graduates who possess exceptional moral values, have a global outlook, and are capable of translating their research and innovation into tangible benefits for society. The university is also committed to nurturing and developing human resources with a national perspective. Not only comfortable classrooms, Buana Perjuangan University Karawang also provides a variety of facilities, laboratories, and workshops to support the productivity and competence of students in creating sustainable works. Supported by an integrated library and journal access, it provides convenience for students to explore references. Not only that, Buana Perjuangan University Karawang also has spiritual facilities and green open spaces with natural landscapes. Strategically collaborating with national and international partners from various industrial sectors, Buana Perjuangan University Karawang produce graduates with integrity.
Bersama Universitas Buana Perjuangan Karawang memberikan kontribusi nyata dan memberikan dampak positif, terutama dalam upaya meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia di era revolusi industri 4.0 dan saat ini sedang memasuki era society 5.0. Sebagai untuk mengimplementasikannya, maka UBP Karawang menyusun visi. UBP Karawang berwawasan kebangsaan dan bereputasi internasional. Visi adalah sebuah harapan yang harus dicapai dengan komitmen dan sinergitas seluruh jajaran di UBP Karawang. Kami tidak memiliki keraguan untuk pencapaian tersebut, karena kami semua dimulai dari unsur yayasan, rektorat, dekanat, program studi, unit kerja, dan seluruh mahasiswa di UBP Karawang memiliki komitmen untuk meraih visi tersebut.
Come join us in shaping a generation of integrity for the nation. Buana Perjuangan University Karawang inspires with the spirit of Buana Perjuangan Karawang for Indonesia and the world.
Welcome to Widyatama University. Widyatama University always innovates for better quality of education while constantly adapting to current development. Along with the curriculum and proper online learning facilities, there should not be any worries for your study to be held back. It is crucial to adapt in the recent digital era. Therefore, online and offline learning are being implemented at Widyatama University. Prioritizing on study effectiveness, our lecturers are being emphasized and focused towards an open discussion with the students. In this way, we could ensure that there is no one-way learning and two-way communication between the students and the lecturers. Widyatama University consists of 5 main faculties, namely Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Cultural Studies, Faculty of Visual Communication Design, and Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. Widyatama students are prepared for critical thinking, open for discussion, and capable of becoming a problem solver in order to prepare themselves for the upcoming working environment in the industry. Apart from academic facilities, such as library and other supporting study tools, Widyatama University also provides other supporting facilities such as qualified student activity units. Ranking as 42nd best university in Indonesia, Widyatama University strongly believes that graduates will excel anywhere in their future undertakings, either at national level or international level. Moreover, Widyatama University is ranked as the best private university in Bandung. Let's see as much knowledge as possible be devoted to the alma mater, nation, and the state. Apply your knowledge for the betterment of ourselves and society. Let's keep the spirit of innovation with Widyatama University. Keep implementing health protocol. Protect yourself and those around you.
Karya yang memicu generasi bangsa berwawasan global untuk menjunjung tinggi kebangsaan dan religiositas, mengemban amanah untuk memacu tumbuhnya semangat generasi muda dalam literasi. Penerbit peneleh, menjiwakan kebangsaan, membumikan religiositas.
values, have a global outlook, and are capable of translating their research and innovation into tangible benefits for society. The university is also committed to nurturing and developing human resources with a national perspective. Not only comfortable classrooms, Buana Perjuangan University Karawang also provides a variety of facilities, laboratories, and workshops to support the productivity and competence of students in creating sustainable works. Supported by an integrated library and journal access, it provides convenience for students to explore references. Not only that, Buana Perjuangan University Karawang also has spiritual facilities and green open spaces with natural landscapes. Strategically collaborating with national and international partners from various industrial sectors, Buana Perjuangan University Karawang produce graduates with integrity.
Bersama Universitas Buana Perjuangan Karawang memberikan kontribusi nyata dan memberikan dampak positif, terutama dalam upaya meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia di era revolusi industri 4.0 dan saat ini sedang memasuki era society 5.0. Sebagai upaya untuk mengimplementasikannya, maka UBP Karawang menyusun visi. UBP Karawang berwawasan kebangsaan dan bereputasi internasional. Visi adalah sebuah harapan yang harus dicapai dengan komitmen dan sinergitas seluruh jajaran di UBP Karawang. Kami tidak memiliki keraguan untuk pencapaian tersebut, karena kami semua dimulai dari unsur yayasan, rektorat, dekanat, program studi, unit kerja, dan seluruh mahasiswa UBP Karawang memiliki komitmen untuk meraih visi tersebut.
Come join us in shaping a generation of integrity for the nation. Buana Perjuangan University Karawang inspires with the spirit of Buana Perjuangan Karawang for Indonesia and the world.
Welcome to Widyatama University. Widyatama University always innovates for better quality of education while constantly adapting to current development. Along with the curriculum and proper online learning facilities, there should not be any worries for your study to be held back. It is crucial to adapt in the recent digital era. Therefore, online and offline learning are being implemented at Widyatama University. Prioritizing on study effectiveness, our lecturers are being emphasized and focused towards an open discussion with the students. In this way, we could ensure that there is no one-way learning and two-way communication between the students and the lecturers. Widyatama University consists of 5 main faculties, namely Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Cultural Studies, Faculty of Visual Communication Design, and Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. Widyatama students are prepared for critical thinking, open for discussion, and capable of becoming a problem solver in order to prepare themselves for the upcoming working environment in the industry. Apart from academic facilities, such as library and other supporting study tools, Widyatama University also provides other supporting facilities such as qualified student activity units. Ranking as 42nd best university in Indonesia, Widyatama University strongly believes that graduates will excel anywhere in their future undertakings, either at national level or international level. Moreover, Widyatama University is ranked as the best private university in Bandung. Let's see as much knowledge as possible be devoted to the alma mater, nation, and the state. Apply your knowledge for the betterment of ourselves and society. Let's keep the spirit of innovation with Widyatama University. Keep implementing health protocol. Protect yourself and those around you.
Dengan visi menjadi penerbit terkemuka dalam menerbitkan karya yang memicu generasi bangsa berwawasan global untuk menjunjung tinggi kebangsaan dan religiositas, mengemban amanah untuk memacu tumbuhnya semangat generasi muda dalam literasi, penerbit peneleh, menjiwakan kebangsaan, membumikan religiositas.
dalam upaya meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia di era revolusi industri 4.0. Dan saat ini sedang memasuki era society 5.0. Sebagai upaya untuk mengimplementasikannya, maka UBP Karawang menyusun visi UBP Karawang berwawasan kebangsaan dan bereputasi internasional. Visi adalah sebuah yang harus dicapai dengan komitmen dan sinergitas seluruh jajaran di UBP Karawang. Kami tidak memiliki keraguan untuk pencapaian tersebut, karena kami semua dimulai dari unsur yayasan, rektorat, dekanat, program studi, unit kerja, dan seluruh mahasiswa di UBP Karawang memiliki komitmen untuk meraih visi tersebut.
Come join us in shaping a generation of integrity for the nation. Buana Perjuangan University Karawang inspires with the spirit of Buana Perjuangan Karawang, Indonesia, and the world.
Welcome to Widyatama University. Widyatama University always innovates for better quality of education while constantly adapting to current development. Along with the curriculum and proper online learning facilities, there should not be any worries for your study to be held back. It is crucial to adapt in the recent digital era. Therefore, online and offline learning are being implemented at Widyatama University. Prioritizing on study effectiveness, our lecturers are being emphasized and focused towards an open discussion with the students. In this way, we could ensure that there is no one-way learning and two-way communication between the students and the lecturers. Widyatama University consists of 5 main faculties, namely Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Cultural Studies, Faculty of Visual Communication Design, and Faculty of Social and Political Sciences. Widyatama students are prepared for critical thinking, open for discussion, and capable of becoming a problem solver in order to prepare themselves for the upcoming working environment in the industry. Apart from academic facilities, such as library and other supporting study tools, Widyatama University also provides other supporting facility, such as qualified student activity units. Ranking as 42nd best university in Indonesia, Widyatama University strongly believes that our graduates will excel anywhere in their future undertakings, either at national level or international level. Moreover, Widyatama University is ranked as the best private university in Bandung. Let's see as much knowledge as possible be devoted to the alma mater, nation, and the state. Apply your knowledge for the betterment of ourselves and society. Let's keep the spirit of innovation with Widyatama University. Keep implementing health protocol. Protect yourself and those around you.
Indonesia, gambaran surga di belahan dunia timur, dengan anugerah kecantikan alam dan budaya turun-temurun yang adiluhur, adiluhung, tentu patut disyukuri sepanjang lintas masa. Negara tropis di garis khatulistiwa antara benua Asia dan Australia ini memiliki luas hampir 2 juta kilometer persegi, lebih dari 17.000 pulau yang dihuni oleh lebih dari 250 juta penduduk, berbicara dengan lebih dari 500 bahasa dengan dialek yang berbeda. Dalam perjalanannya, Indonesia membutuhkan pengelolaan yang serius agar dapat bertahan dari serangan penjajahan baru yang hadir, baik sadar maupun tidak sadar, menyelinap ataupun terang-terangan melalui akulturasi budaya, ekonomi, sosial, politik, dan teknologi. Kini saatnya para pemimpin dan calon pemimpin melihat keseimbangan dari kacamata
Karawang, the city of the initial struggle, a city with a rich history of struggle and abundant natural resources. We are here in Karawang to persist in our struggle. Welcome to Buana Perjuangan Karawang University, the best private university in Karawang Regency.
tersebut. Karena kami semua dimulai dari unsur yayasan, rektorat, dekanat, program studi, unit kerja, dan seluruh mahasiswa di UGP Karawang memiliki komitmen untuk meraih visi tersebut.
Come join us in shaping a generation of integrity for the nation. Buana Perjuangan University Karawang inspires with the spirit of Buana Perjuangan Karawang for Indonesia and the world.
Hello, everyone. Welcome again to International Conference on Business and Entrepreneur for Nation Sustainability. I hope you have a refreshing break. And next, we will move to our second session of the conference. This session will be led by Ibu Ima Kristanti, SST MSG.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Miss Jilan, for the lovely introduction. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Loud and clear, Ibu Ima.
All right, good. Great. Welcome back, all participants. I'm delighted to welcome all of you to the first International Conference on Business and Entrepreneurship for Nation Sustainability. The international conference hosted by Universitas Buana Perjuangan Karawang. My name is Ima Kristanti. For about 1.5 hours later, I will be the moderator for the speaker session. First, I'm going to say hi for Professor Liu Taeyang.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How about you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you.
You look great today. Look handsome as usual.
Oh, thank you.
All right. And audience, we also have another speaker later. The presentation will be divided into two parts. The first section, we will give it to Professor Liu for him to deliver the materials, and later continued by Professor Pallavi. Before we start the speech session, I would like to introduce to all of you Professor Liu Taeyang. Professor Liu Taeyang is Professor Emeritus from National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. He's been teaching many courses in economics, business, and finance. Professor Liu had been serving various government institutions and numerous non-profit organizations. And today, he raises the topic of business digital transformation in the era of
net zero emission. So all audience, later if you have any questions, don't worry, just type your questions on Zoom chat, and later you can also ask directly to our speakers. So now I would like to invite Professor Liu to start the presentation. Let's welcome Professor Liu. Time is yours.
All right. Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It's my honor to talk to you in this international conference. The topic I'm presenting to you is the business digital transformation in the era of net zero emissions. Putting this as briefly, two things are so crucial in today's business world. One is digital transformation. The other one is so-called net zero emission due to climate change. Why is that important? After pandemic, we found that almost every industry, all the businesses are running short of labor, running short of workers. So for some reason, many workers, they either would like to stay home to avoid the risk, or they would like to stay home to work. So for labor-intensive businesses, we found out that we never got enough labor to work for, including restaurant and so on. Plus, the high-tech industry, high-tech corporations, semiconductor, AI, you name it, also running short of the technical people very badly. So in order to reduce the challenges and difficulty for most businesses, and including high-tech company, I think going for digital transformation, try to apply all the available, current technology or scientific, methodology, whatever, certainly becomes very crucial. And also we know once we go, like business is going to the digital transformation, and certainly they can increase their productivity, and also increase the company's profit eventually. Okay, so that's a big one. Number two is, late last year, the UAE, conference on COP28 indicate that the demand of not just from industry, from government, from people, from community, and so on, we'll need to move faster to reduce the carbon emissions. We know in the year 2015, the Paris Agreement claimed that all countries have to reach the zero carbon, emissions by 2050. By 2050, it looks like we have more 26 years ago, 25 years ago. Looks like a long way. Actually, if we don't start immediately, if we don't take immediate actions, time's running out. I will show you that not only some major high-tech company, including TSMC, ASUS Computer, and so on. Okay, so that's overall pictures. I will tell you. So right now, for us, academic or businesses, or government, we always think about two things. Number one is digital transformation, I just mentioned. Number two is the net zero emissions. So these two are all on our mind every day, right? So industry, if they lag behind in all these areas, they're now trying to catch up. And above all, our government actually a lot of subsidies, putting up a lot of grain for businesses, especially the small medium enterprises, to apply for grain, apply for subsidies. If they follow the government guideline and doing good job in both digital transformation and the net zero emissions. So you can tell that these two things just keep in mind on a daily basis. All right. I think Indonesia, although you have so rich labor resources, we have huge stock of resources, natural resources, and human resources, and so on. However, if Indonesia would like to do businesses with the European Union members, you have to follow their guidelines. You have to follow their standards. Otherwise, you cannot do any business with them. All right. I'm sure that on a gradual basis, most of the advanced countries will follow suit. Right. So the problem right now, the big challenge now is for all those developing countries, right? So the COP28, all those leading countries in economic development, they're thinking about try to collect more grain in total to help the developed countries to finance all these big challenges I was just talking about, right? All right. Let's move on. Some of my PowerPoints. All right. I start with the basic my education background. I actually has retired from my university, National Taiwan University of Science and Technology, which is the top engineering school in Taiwan. All right, more than 2 years ago. So I became the professor emeritus for the university. My education background, you can see that. Actually, I have a lot of the economic degree. I had my PhD in economics in the year 1988. So that's about 36 years ago. 36 years ago. So it's been a long time. But even that, I'm still keep working every day, keep learning every day, serving as a advisor, counselor, or independent board director for all the businesses, just to keep me awake, keep me energetic all the time. All right. Let me speak a little bit about the National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. I think Ima know very well. Our university has a top engineering in Taiwan, in school in Taiwan. Among 1,300 international students, we have more than 500 Indonesian students. Many of them actually come to study master and doctor's degree. Many of them are coming from Indonesia, colleges, universities, instructors. So right now we have more than 2,000 alumni spread out entire Indonesia. All right. I personally helped the university to establish our alumni association in Indonesia about 5 years ago. All right, 5 years ago. So that's something, I'm really, really proud of it, right? Besides, you can see that I'm also have a few position, like a chairmanship, a consulting group, the president of the association, and so on, right? So all those are my part-time job. I have no full-time job, so I can go anywhere, anytime. I can do anything I like. Try to enjoy my life, right? All right, so this is another my experiences. Pretty much it's been happening before. Department chairman, university chief staff, university vice president. I have spent almost 2/3 of my entire academic career in serving as an administrator for the university. You see the all other experiences. Some of them already done, but some of them might be still holding. All right. Let me start a little bit with the COP28 I just mentioned last December. Maybe around 200 country leaders, business leaders, government leaders, they get together. They were working on together, trying to reduce urge every country, developed country or developing country, trying to step, faster, trying to curtail the carbon emissions. Also, they since 2015, the Paris Agreement, as I mentioned, we have to achieve the goal of zero carbon emissions by 2050. So we're going to monitor how the progress being made up to this moment. I think that all the leaders, the government sector, business sectors, they all, aware of these challenges very seriously. So you see that. I think it's important. We should do it, in a comprehensive way. We should do it in a much faster speed. Government sector, non-government sector, and so on. No exception, right? Mitigation, try to curtail the carbon emission certainly can wait, and depends on every country to take immediate actions, right? The conference also claimed that hopefully we can grow the renewable energy in the triple way, right? And doubling energy efficiency by 2030. That's certainly the goal. Certainly is very challenging. I think that again, in order to fulfill the dream of the 2050, but I think that we better do it quickly, do it faster. If you pay more attention on international news, we've seen too many nature disasters, flooding everywhere, like Australia, Europe, China, everywhere. We see a lot of these forest fires, nature disasters, also Australia, US, and so on. We've seen so many resources, human resources, nature resources are gone. Recently, we've seen the Brazil the huge flooding disasters. So many are running, they're trying to escape, So we have to. I think we have to really take this seriously, right? If we don't do it quickly, we're gonna keep suffering all these natural disasters, right? We hate to see that happen, but it's happening almost every day, right? I watched all the international news, CNN, BBC, and so on. Almost every day. I just feel that very empathetic to all those people or countries suffering all these disasters. Okay, so I think that this COP28 just tell us we have to do it quickly. We have to use all the available tools to reach that. So if every businesses can just do it as quickly as possible, then I think that overall the country will live in a better shape. Okay. In terms of adaptation, the problem right now certainly, developed country or large companies, they've done, they've not a lot of resources. They've done a lot. They've done much in a better shape. But however, developing country or small and middle enterprises, they don't know how, and they don't have enough resources to cope with these challenges. So I think that's really a big challenge. Here we see that the Bayesian finance gap, in the range of, you see, 194 to 366 billion US dollars per year. That's a lot of money, right? I think that's just hard to believe. But anyway, whatever, how much money we put on every year, I think that we just, have to do all we can, to adapt this kind of environment. All right. So all countries, has no exception, is urgent need to get it over, right? So globally, the global efforts to avert, to minimize, to address the loss and damages and so on. That's really, I have no doubt about that. All right. So we, every country leader have to tell us we have to just do it quickly, and faster. We can wait, right? Otherwise, the disasters is keep coming. And so implementation, we mentioned about the findings, right? I think so developed country, they should help the developing country in financing all these necessary resources in order to reduce the carbon emissions, right? So I think you certainly can read all this in the COP28 report. All right, so that's a big one. All right, how we can deal with this net zero emission or carbon reductions? One important channel or one important policy tool is through so-called finance. Finance does play an important role to curtail the carbon reduction. I will tell you why. All right. So a lot of the research working on why not let's pay more attention on finance mechanism, all right? Taiwan again have a pace, to reach the zero carbon emission by 2050. So our target declaration is on 2021. Legislation, we finished the legislation, require government to take action, require business to take action, also on 2021. So the government also create a 12 KPI to reach our goal, right? So we have so-called 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0 pace forward to reach the this carbon net zero reductions, so-called green finance, right? I think the starting from next year, all businesses, whether you're big or small, have to start a carbon calculation, carbon confirmation to monitor the progress of the carbon reduction. For every businesses in Taiwan, we have like 1.6 or 7 million businesses, no exception. They will have to start their carbon reduction program, right? They have to issue the annual sustainability report to the public as well, right? So you see the Financial Supervisory Commission also issue a lot of financial disclosure guideline to make sure that all the company going IPO, they have to follow all this requirement issued by the Financial Supervisory Commission, right? Here, also, as I mentioned a little while ago, all the IPO company, they have to, issue the annual sustainability, development report starting from next year. Many finance, tool, including sustainable development bonds, sustainability linked bond, ESG funds, insurance deposit, and so on. All these are available the finance tool to demand or require businesses to follow the carbon reductions. Otherwise, they cannot receive any loan from any major commercial banks, right? So you see that a lot of these financial tools, all right, like this one, the #1 semiconductor production company, TSMC. I think you all heard about that. TSMC, not only the first company in terms of size in Taiwan. Recently, TSMC became the #1 company in Asia. Right? $2 trillion dollars for the net worth. So this company is doing very good. This company was asked to open a new factory in Arizona, USA. 1 and 2, just opened a new factory in Japan. Another one is coming. Germany also asked this company to open up IC production, IC chip production factory and so on. So this company is crazy. The stock market jumped high just this year alone. That's amazing. So a lot of investment, but because this company done 100% by renewable energy, so all the major banks would like to loan to this company. So this company is doing better and better, and that's the role model for every company to follow, right? ESG funds, we got a lot of them. You can tell the green insurance deposit, all right? If you deposit money in the green deposit account, you will receive a little bit higher interest rate, all right, a little more interest, all right? Many of them. It's been without mention any particular bank, but almost all the major commercial banks are doing this stuff, right? So and so on, right? You see that. So I probably because time limit, I won't go detail one by one. The interest you can certainly you can pay attention to that. The technology, the one I mean digital transformation. Basically saying our company try to learn about AI, learn about blockchain, learn about cloud computing, learn about big data analytics, try to use all the scientific tools, try to merge into your either productions or your process or even the entire the value chain. All right. Blockchain also been well developed now. Most of the items you see that it's already happened in Taiwan and in other part of the world. So next I move on to digitalization enable net zero. Right. Number one is a dematerialization. Right. Through this value chain, if we start on the upstream, certainly we have to pay attention to how to dematerialize the entire process, or trying to use the green materials, all right, and then the process, and then also you can expect the product will be green as well, right? So the connectivity, automation, certainly both are enable the renewable resilient energy supply, right? In order to reduce the carbon emissions, I think we should try to reduce or avoid the coal mining, power generation, because that could be terrible in carbon emissions. So we have to pursue the renewable energy, right? Like a solar panel, like wind power, energy, and so on. So if a company they can really use all the renewable energies, certainly it's rather easier for them to reach the net zero emissions, right? So the sensitivity in regions, certainly I think that we would like to make it sustainable, right? We could make it the it's not only we have to do it now, certainly we should keep it in the future as well. And according to the Ericsson's report, the ICT, right, the information communication technology has a huge potential, to enable 15% of the carbon emissions by 2030, all right? That is to say, to reduce all emission, reduce value chain emissions, reduce, the climate, challenges and so on. Here I would like to mention very important about the supply chain emissions. There's like TSMC or ASUS computer. They're very big. Each company may have more than 100 suppliers. From upstream, up to the downstream, so many, suppliers, to construct this supply chain. For those major corporations like TSMC and ASUS, they not only work to reduce the carbon emissions and to reach zero emissions. They also demand all their suppliers to help other companies, along this supply chain, each supplier along the supply chain, and to work together and help them to do the same thing, exactly the same thing, to reach out the zero carbon emissions. That's so important, right? I will show you, these two companies. All right. These are the major, companies. Also, them doing all this carbon reduction, collaborations with their, suppliers and so on. You see the China Steel, ITRI, all from Taiwan, Fubon Bank also in Taiwan. They all have a huge project, not only for themselves, but also, try to bring their suppliers along and do the exact same thing. All right. You see that all these international major high-tech companies, they pretty much either, already reached the net zero emissions by now, or even in the near future. You see that, all right? None of them wait until 2050. No, that's too late, all right? So I think this is so important, all right? The TSMC I just mentioned, they have a so-called 1+N carbon management project. They bring all these more than 100 suppliers along, right? And just do the exact same thing TMC did, right? TMC also provide a lot of resources to help them, all right? So ASUS as well, right? I have listened to all those their senior leader, business leader, to give a talk to the public, what they've been achieved, how long they've been doing this, and so on. So big company, they care about the big name, the goodwill, right? All right. So here is some example I will just show you. For all the businesses, going for the digital transformation, going to the e-commerce, going to the cloud computing, big data analytics, AI. Recently, not only in the US but also in Taiwan, all the major companies, if they're related to AI, their stocks just jump high. In a very short period of time, that's really, I think, the trend, good for the company. All right. IoT as well, digital marketing, social media, try to leverage the VR, AR, technology, and so on. All right. I think the Taiwan, because it's very good at ICT, the technology-oriented, industry development. So many high-tech companies, so they compete against each other, they help out each other in some way, and then they certainly they can just compete in the international arena. All right. So I think due to the time constraint, let me my presentation. I would like to stop here. But again, two things. I think not only for our businesses, major, students, faculty, and so on, but also pretty much for everybody, no exceptions. Digital transformation, use all the available technology and tool, learn from other company, and that's a big one. Another big one is, the net zero emissions. That's a trend, right? I can tell that because the challenge is more demanding as the design service is getting, the heavier. You can see that you can expect that the demanding going to be getting harder and harder. So we better start it now. We better move faster. So I think even Indonesia can't wait. We have to start it as quickly as possible, right?
Yes, sir.
That's basically the 2 points I would like to put it up to you. Thank you for your listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Liu, for the excellent sharing. Always powerful. Yeah.
Thank you.
And also dancing. well presenting the materials. Thank you so much, Lause. And now, for the next speech session, has joined with us Professor Dr. Pallavi Pata. So let's okay. So let's say hi to Professor Pallavi. Yeah, Professor Pallavi, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, great. Okay. I heard that you just finished your class.
I'm back
All
in the class.
right.
I was slightly confused about the time. Now it is sorted.
Yeah, it's okay. So, it's great you can arrive to this international conference. And the next speaker session, I will briefly introduce our speaker. The next speaker is Professor Dr. Pallavi Pata from School of Management, Varanasi, India. Professor Pallavi is an expert in the field of organizational behavior and human resource. As you can see on the slide, she's right now have an area of interest of organizational behavior, human resource, industrial relation, and so on. She has given many guest lectures and speeches at various conferences, international seminars, at leading universities in Indonesia and in the world. Today, she will talk about HR in the era of artificial intelligence. Before Professor Pallavi starts the speech, I would like to inform for all participants, later, if you have questions, please type it on Zoom chat, because we will give some door prize for the chosen question. And later, we also have quiz time, so make sure you listen the materials carefully. And audience, help me to welcome Professor Pallavi. Professor, time is yours.
Thank you so much. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizer of this conference for having me here. And it's always a pleasure to be here and to talk to all of you, and especially when the topic is very close to your heart. So as Ms. Emma had just mentioned, HR and OB is my specialization. So I always love to talk about any area related to HR. So I'm especially happy to see the transformation of HR over these years. And human resources or HR has covered a long journey to be what it is today. From being a clerical job to the human resource business partner, that is how it is being treated. And with the advent of technology, with the advent of AI, I can see a major shift now. So I keep telling it to my students that the scope is unending. So I would like to formally start my presentation if I'm allowed to share.
Sure.
Give
Please.
me a moment. Do let me know when it is visible.
Still on the way, still black screen.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it now.
Can you see the full screen?
Not full screen yet.
I hope it is visible now.
It's visible? It's
The
visible.
first slide.
The first slide?
Is visible?
This is the future of work.
No, that was the last slide. Okay, now it is visible.
Yes.
Now? Is it still visible?
Yeah, we can see it.
But not full screen?
Not full screen.
Okay, I'll make it again. Yes.
Yes, this one is good. Okay.
Okay, let me start now. As it is mentioned, I'm going to talk about how this integration of artificial intelligence especially has transformed, has brought about a major shift in the HR practices. And the best part is it is not being spoken only, it is being practiced. It has started being practiced all over the world, and in times to come, we will see its widespread used all over the world. So, although I could see that my previous speaker was also talking about some digital transformation and artificial intelligence, but I too would like to play my part and inform the audience about what do I interpret about artificial intelligence. Because I'm not aware who all comprises the audience, who all are there in the audience. For having this in mind that students are there, I will again repeat it, that it is all the humans we have natural intelligence. So if this intelligence is simulated in machines, in computers, it becomes artificial intelligence. So it includes topics like machine learning, deep learning, all these allied things. And I feel very elated to share that visual perception, the machines, with the help of AI, it can draw conclusion from the videos, the photos around, the natural language, in any kind of languages, it is able to comprehend, make insights out of it, conversion of speech to text. It is just a basic definition, the umbrella definition of the artificial intelligence. In the coming slides, I would like to delve deeper into how the HR functions in general is being transformed with the help of AI all over the world. And the transformation had just begun, and sky's the limit. And I'm equally excited to share what is going to happen in future, another 5 or 10 years. And I'm sure the audience also have same anticipation. So this artificial intelligence, it has not brought major shift in the business, in the way businesses are being done all over the world. the business practices, the systems, the workforce, but it has brought a major shift in the human resources also. All the practices, policies, principles, the way it is being guided. So it is also influencing right from the point where the employee joins the organization to the point where the employees leave the organization or their exit. Now, for those who are wondering why at all AI is needed, because human resources may already we have human and they are being treated as resources. What is the use of bringing some artificial or some external element to it? So let me tell you, now we are able to solve big problems with the help of AI. We can have a holistic view of the problems. We can bring different perspectives to the table. And artificial intelligence also helps in broadening or widening the skills and also deepening the skills of the individual and make them more future ready to improve the overall experience of the employee when they are with the organization, to provide strong decision support. And I will put an underline under this word support, because the decisions still will be taken by the managers, the humans, but of course AI is going to help it by helping them with giving some information regarding it, so that they're able to give informed decisions. All those decisions are based on something very something substantial. And of course, to use HR budgets as efficiently as possible, not to waste money in hiring, acquiring, then training and providing them development. And when they leave the organization, and now again, we have to incur the replacement cost. So now with the help of AI, we are able to control all these things. At least we have know-how of how these things can be done. So as I have taken it from the IBM, they have clearly mentioned right throughout the journey of talent, throughout the life cycle of any talent or any individual in the organization, AI plays an important part. Right from the attraction, when the recruitment is done, different strategies are being implemented or used these days, which I'm going to discuss in later slides. And the way people are being hired, the tests, the skills, their competencies, how they are being tested now. Once they are with the organization, how they are kept engaged. So they are more committed to the organization. They utilize their full potential. And to retain them, because attrition cost a lot, the turnover or attrition. So since company invest a lot in hiring them, in training them, all the companies or the organization would like to retain those employees at least till they have given return on the investment. Because we know that all the employees, whenever they will get better chance, they will leave the organization and nobody can do anything about it. But at least for the time duration they are with the organization, they should utilize their full potential. And AI is helping us to identify those hidden talent and bringing them to use, to provide them opportunities for learning and growth, and of course to serve the community 24/7. And it has given delightful employee experience to the organization, and that is how employees can be remain more engaged. And of course, when they will be engaged, they will have better employee experience, and these things spread with word of mouth also. And I would definitely like to quote IBM Watson here, because IBM is one such company who brought this integration of AI and HR. And they involved all their employees, did a thorough research within their company, and made a foolproof solution for themselves. And now, of course, it is ready to be shared with clients. And they proved to the world that AI can be used for any HR function, including candidate attraction, hiring, learning, compensation, career management, and any kind of HR support. And they also proved that there are multiple benefits of utilizing these AI. If now I'll take few HR functions so that it becomes more clearer. So HR technologies they use in applicant tracking system. Out of thousands and multiple of applications, how to track those applications which are perfect for your organization, and help with using our chat box. We all know we have been using it since quite some time, how interactive these chatbots are, and they were just like another human is sitting at the other end and who has all the solutions to your problem. And we should also know that these chatbots keep on improving. Once you ask them and they don't have your answer, and after some time, and based on other information, they will be act as more learned person. Now they will have answers to all your queries. And of course, predictive analytics regarding the separation, who all are going to leave the organization in near future. So all these things are transforming the entire hiring scenario. And of course, if I just code the data here, not talking about anything subjective, just to code the data here, this AI has helped up to 50% reduction in time to hire. Just see how magical it is. And 70% increase in the quality of candidates because of the efficient applicant tracking system. The right kind of applicants are just tabbed and trapped and brought into the organization. And of course, 40% decrease in cost per hire. So these things prove how beneficial it is for the organization. And not only recruitment, it is helping in selection always, also to have multiple kind of skill assessment, which is just right for any organization for a particular designation. To have video interviews, we see that we can then summarize and analyze these video interviews. We can try to read between the lines, read the body language, what is being conveyed and what is being hidden, and what can we make out from the overall statement that is being shared by the applicant. And it also takes care of one of the human error, that is biasness. All of us, all humans we are biased by nature. We have some prejudices, we have biasness. So this AI is doing great favor by reducing this biasness, so that we have the perfect kind of employees which our organization needs, and not according to our whims and our favors and our fantasies. And of course, predictive hiring, to have almost flawless prediction about the perfect match of the employees of the incumbent with the organization. Now here we can see how companies are actually utilizing these this AI in the this recruitment. As I mentioned, IBM Watson, it screens resumes, assesses candidate skills, and conduct behavioral interviews. What else do you need? Then Unilever, it is using AI in by analyzing the recruitment by video interviews. PwC is using AI by screening candidates on the basis of their skills and qualification. Then Accenture is using all this assessments and simulations. And Deloitte has much widespread use. It analyzes resumes, cover letters, online profiles, so that they are able to find out the employees who have perfect match, who are going to be perfect match with the culture and is going to acclimatize very well with the organization. Not only recruitment and selection, when I talk about other function, other aspects of AI, of HR, in learning and development also, AI is contributing a lot. Now in Amazon, it is helping in providing personalized learning platform. Not just personalized as per individuals' requirements, skills, the past performance data. In Microsoft also, they are having adaptive learning systems, which is adjusted according to the employee's progress so far and the learning styles, whatever suits him or her best. Then Salesforce is doing predictive analytics to have this learning trend. Then this Google is having immersive learning experience using VR and AR. You don't need to go to the place physically, virtually. You are there. You are able to see the problems. You are able to offer solutions. I think I'll skip these slides, otherwise you just remind me when my time is about to end, just 5 minutes earlier, so that I can accordingly I adjust my time.
Okay, sure. Okay.
So in learning and development, it is helping a lot. I mentioned earlier, these chatbots. These chatbots, they're giving you personalized answers. And whatever queries you have, they are there to offer solutions to you 24/7. Then I'll come to employee experience. Employee experience is the way how an employee feels when he or she is in the organization. How those employers make them feel, because now this feeling, this experience is going to determine how long are you going to stay there, how much are you going to contribute in the overall development of the organization, how much potential are you going to use. At times we have potential, but since we are frustrated with whatever is happening in the organization, we tend to withdraw. So capability is there, willingness is not there. So now, with the help of this machine, we have taken care of this intricate human side also to know about the employee experience, and that to personalize this employee experience with the help of personalization by simplifying this big chunk into smaller tasks, those tasks that are contributing to the satisfaction of an individual, making the job more meaningful, to have a wonderful experience while at job, so that every day when you wake up and you are excited to go to your job, and not the vice versa. Then this AI is making onboarding very effective, influential, so that the day when you're actually in the organization, you're already familiar with the organization, the culture, your colleagues, not only for the final placement when they join it, during even I have seen few companies that are making the onboarding during their internship also. They are making them feel so welcomed that when they join the organization, of course, they will be contributing as per their potential. Now, of course, feedbacks and surveys are being taken, not only exit interviews, stay interviews, and the feedback will be sought, and accordingly steps will be taken if any changes need to be brought about. And once we have taken care of employee experience, automatically we are paving the way for employee engagement. Now, these employees, because we don't want our employees to be just there in the organization. When you see them from a distance, you will see that all of them are working properly. They are sitting at their desk and doing something on the computers, but actually they're not they're contributing anything. But once the employees are engaged, you don't need any supervision. You don't need reminders. They will be automatically engaged, involved, committed. So proper communication, open communication facilities are there. Many recognition programs which is being utilized mainly by the IT sector, and then analytics, to make use of analytics so that few important things are not left behind. And of course, then employee retention is of great concern. And of all the talent management part, this employee retention, talent retention is of greatest concern, because all the commitment you've made so far, all the investment you've made so far will be waste if your employees learn everything from you. If they they're not having good employee experience, they will tend to leave the organization. You have groomed them, you have trained them, but now they will be working for your competitor just because you could not value them, you could not provide them good ambience. So employee steps are being taken with the help of AI to make them retain with the organization at least for quite some time, till at least you have all the investment you have made is duly returned. So with the help of predictive analytics, now they are being whether they are satisfied or not, whether they have started searching jobs, and whether they are what is their intention for staying or leaving, what are the issues that usually make someone leave the organization, then taking care of career advancement, helping them to widen and broaden their skills, and to take care of their career aspirations also, to take care of their work-life balance, not only give them the opportunity to do their best within the organization, but to have a proper balance of their work and life also, and not to go about one size fits all, but to offer them customized benefits. Like there's a term in our HR parlance, that is cafeteria compensation. So accordingly, like in cafeteria, we choose the food we would like to have. Accordingly, in customized benefits or cafeteria compensation, the employees choose their benefits they would like to avail themselves as per their need. These needs, these benefits are not being imposed on them, but they are choosing it themselves as per their requirement. So this is how these AI is helping them to increase their performance, career development, growth, learning. So far, I have discussed only the shinier part, the brighter part of AI. But of course, everything we should take care of both the sides of whatever concept or context we are talking. So I will now talk about few things which need to be taken care of if we need to fully utilize the brighter sides of AI, the ethical consideration and other related consideration. So now if we talk about because the decision making will be ultimately done by the humans, the managers, but the information will be provided by this AI. So now the concern is about the data privacy, because all these decision will be made based on certain data. So now the major concern is of data leakage, data privacy, and transparency. So if these things are taken care of, and all the companies utilizing this AI, they are following the ethics, they are technologically ethical. So if they are using it responsibly, then of course we don't have much problem. So what is usually suggested to the organizations, that they should make their employees ethically aware, and they should have proper governance. They should highlight different data ownership and responsibility, so that if you have data at your hand, you should not misuse it. What are the concerns? What are the do's and don'ts? And what are the governance strategies regarding accountability and decision making? And of course, one of the sub point of this conference is sustainability. So I would also like to emphasize on that, because now when all this is being done, vast amount of this is not being done without any cost, you can say monetarily, or at the cost of this climate. AI creation requires vast amount of energy and data. It uses energy, it emits energy, it is converted from one form to the other form. So as data and use and processing activities increase, so too will global emissions. And we know these carbon footprint and global emissions, this is the cause of concern, and everybody is talking about it. So when we are talking about AI, the harnessing AI and navigating through AI, we must also talk about how to use these technology sagaciously, wisely, and to how to design it, manage so that it is sustainable. So AI can augment human intelligence, it can increase fairness, optimize revenue, as it is already doing, but it can also do otherwise. So the regulations might compel some responsibility, because this is what we ultimately, it is done. There we impose rules, we made regulations so that it is imposed on people to follow. But we should not depend upon the government's regulation only. Ethically, inherently also, we should feel responsible ourselves. So the developers and users, they must consider people, planet, profit. These 3 P's they must keep in mind: people, planet, and profit, whenever they are using AI for any use, for HR or for that matter, for any business function. And another thing which is being discussed these days is diversity and inclusion, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I can say that this challenge is also being addressed very well by AI these days. Right from when you are tracking the application, from there to promotion. Now this is not only empowering people, and this creating a more inclusive workplace, wherein you are giving fair chance for everybody to get selected, to get promoted, to show their worth. But now the challenge is how quickly we are going to adapt. I would like to take all the my audience to some 3-4 decades back when computers were introduced. For those of you who were born and or those of you who hear such stories from their elders, they'll get to know that people were dreading, they feared that these are going to replace them, they replace their jobs. And now employers are going to fire us, they will do everything on the computer. But eventually all of us got to know that computer made our life easier. So you will just see that this AI disruption is also here. Many people are still afraid of advent of AI and usage of AI. But I would like to remind that this AI disruption is also here to help us, to facilitate us. And of course, in times to come, maybe in a decade, we will able to realize it. All of us will now acknowledge. So now all of us should be remain prepared for future, for embracing all these changes, not to protest or not to resist these changes, but we should be ready to embrace these changes by upskilling, by making ourselves future ready. So organization need to develop, facilitate a continuous learning and in the organizations, and make the organization learning place and evolving workplace, and also make the best use of the opportunities that is being provided by this AI disruption. And of course, we are not doing all the things keeping humans on side. We are, along with the human collaboration, only these things will be fruitful. These things will be able to utilize best. So the need of the hour is to explore the potential of AI-human collaboration. We will, and the better this collaboration, better will be the outcomes. And we can discuss discover how this AI can augment human decision making. As I stated earlier also, now our decision making will be based on many concrete facts, which has been provided to us by AI, which we could have earlier ignored while making our decisions because of the available fewer alternatives. Now we are able to see the bigger picture, and hence we are able to make informed decision making. So the best way is to synergize this artificial intelligence with human expertise. And we know the result of synergy. Synergy makes 2 + 2 5, or we can say 1 + 1 11. Because one great thing that AI is doing is removing any kind of biasness from the assessment, from the recruitment, from the training, which were however expert the managers were, but ultimately they were human beings. So these kind of assessments were there. So now AI is helping to take care of all these biasness and improve the cultural fit. Now we are going to have best strategic fit according to the culture of the organization. Now the onus is on us to strike this balance and to use them, to utilize, not to be afraid of AI, not to become slave to AI, but try to befriend them unless you are able to master it. First, at least try to shake hands with AI, befriend it, try to know more about it so that it helps you in more and more functions in your organization. Here, since I'm again emphasize on the importance of humans. So I would clearly like to highlight that what though we have technology at our hand, but the role the humans play will never be completely replaced. Now, in AI assisted, the information is available at the click of button, but in human, it is dependent on the opportunities we meet and speak. And because all of us have already witnessed COVID times, we realize the importance of human interaction. Now, AI, because of course AI has some drawback, it leaves the interpretation on the receiver, and of course depends on the acumen of the receiver. And this human interaction provides an opportunity to clarify through iterations. If I'm not able to understand it, you can be asked again, you can be given an opportunity to explain yourself. Then AI interaction provides speedy and objective experience. They're not giving way to any kind of subjectivity. In humans, the decision can be delayed, but the interaction is richer because it gets richer as the interaction matures. It can the AI can resolve specific transaction-based challenges, but a human interaction can take care of multiple dimensions. Interaction triggers imageries, but not not ill intentions. And human-human interaction can be specific and charged, and we are able to very well guess the malintentions of the other person. Now, AI is still yet to get this smart to know what is going inside the person and to look beyond the facade. The AI can manage scale without compromise on quality, but of course, human can produce variance based on the contextual environment. And that is why the organization need to give proper environment, proper context so that the employees give their best to the organization. So now the options left for the organization is to have a proper mix of the HR strategies and integrated with AI-enabled solutions. Right from the recruitment to the talent development, we can harness these anywhere. Okay. So now, but just 3-4 slides are left. I hope I have time.
Yeah, we have limited time, Professor.
Okay, just few more slides. I'm about to wind up.
Sure.
Now, because I need to tell the audience, how should we prepare ourselves for this revolution? We have already seen that so much is in store for us. Things are going to change. These have already started changing. Now, what is in store for us? So now the best part is that the employer, they need to equip their organization with the knowledge and skills so that this AI can be utilized completely. So they need to have a forward-thinking mindset. So a forward-thinking, a futuristic, future-oriented mindset, and prepare for this transformative impact. Because whether you become a part of this industry, of this culture, or this transformation, this change is going to take place. So best it is that we are proactive, or we are walking hand in hand along with the changes, so that this shock does not erase us out of the competition. And we are able to navigate this AI revolution with confidence. Because as we can see here, this is what the future of work is. So we can prepare for a dynamic and adaptable workforce by empowering them with AI-driven technologies. Like 3-4 decades, we were teaching people how to become computer savvy, how to use those computers despite their resistance. Now it is the time to sell the importance of AI, how it is making the lives easier, and it is here to stay. So what will be the best way to utilize it? Stay ahead of the curve and adapt proactively. This is the main message I would like to give, is to adapt proactively and not wait for the competition and the regulation and other things make you change as a part of reaction, but you should be proactive and embrace this landscape, channelize this innovation, empower your workforce. And we know that future of work is bright if we integrate the AI in HR. So final one, I would like to conclude here that we already have seen many, I have, of course, due to time constraint, I could not take all the aspects, how HR, this integration is being utilized. But majorly, I have taken most of the points. So now it is the time to embrace this revolution with open hand and open heart, big heart, and its potential to reshape HR practices. HR practices, there in last 30 years, it has changed a lot. And in times to come, it has a lot of potential. So now by navigating the future of work with creativity and adaptability, we humans can use our ingenuity, and we can find out, we can explore new opportunities and use for our success. Finally, the final word, embrace the power of AI to revolutionize HR and create a future-ready workforce. So those of you who are those of you who have the notion that AI was replacing people and so many people were laid off, so those people were replaced by the employees who were the techs, who are AI savvy, who already know, are conversant about these technology. So it depends on you how smartly and how proactively you make yourself ready for this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Professor Pallavi, for the presentations.
Can I
And all
stop sharing?
yeah, sure. Thank you. Yeah. And audience, now we have some limited time to Q&A, but first of all, I have quiz time. Yeah, I have 2 questions. So the quiz is, Professor Pallavi, give some examples of the use of AI in HR. Please at least mention 2. Okay, please type your answer on Zoom chat, and later we will give you ebook of this book, Ethnography, Understanding to Constructing Social Reality. Please participate in this quiz. And we have another question later, related to Professor Liu presentation. Okay. So wait a moment. Okay. Audience, please give your answer to win some door prize. We have one answer here. Okay, how about the others? I will give the rights to judge to Professor Pallavi, whether it's correct or not. Yeah, so please, other audience, give your answer. Okay. And while waiting, we also have some questions. Thank you so much for Widya Koirunisa, Karisma, and Rahayu. Yeah, later we will answer your questions. So I would like to invite all participants. Profesor Pallavi tadi telah menjelaskan beberapa contoh penggunaan AI di HR. Ya, setidaknya sebutkan 2. Apa itu? So, Professor, what do you think? Who is the winner of this quiz? Professor, Professor. Yeah.
I can see only one.
Yeah.
Can I see the results?
There is 4 answer. For answer
Uneven
here.
personalized learning. Okay, Unula analyzer, video interview. Yes, I can see UBP, Desi, Angarani, one answer. And recruitment and evaluation. Evaluation, I did not mention.
Yeah, the clue is
recruitment and retention is good. And also the last one.
So the first audience who answer is Rahayu. She said recruitment and retention. Is it correct?
We can give it to that person. Yes.
Okay, so the first winner of this ebook, Ethnography, is Rahayu Sri Purnami. Yeah, please type your email address to committee, so later we will deliver to you the ebook. And questions number 2, oh no, quiz number 2 related to Professor Liu presentation. Wait a moment, ya. Okay. Professor Liu said there are 2 major things to do by not only by big companies but all business. What are those 2 things? Yeah, the main idea of the presentation. Yeah, 2 major things. Yeah, I wish the question is not hard, yeah. Or Professor, you give the perhaps hard question.
No.
No. Yeah,
That's
there are
the
two
easier one.
major things. Yeah, because for the whole presentation, Professor Liu always mention those two things. Yeah, we got the first answer from Riani Wulandari. The answer is yeah, perhaps still half, yeah, half correct. Yeah, so half incorrect. What are the half? What is the right answer? Yeah, I would like to invite Riani or other participant, please type your answer. The clue is related to pollution. Perhaps that's the clue, yeah? Yeah. The first thing, perhaps correct. And another one, perhaps the clue is related with something pollution. Yeah. No, Ledria, you type the same answer. Perhaps you need to think another different answer. I wish it's not hard, yeah? Okay. Yeah. Okay, we got another answer from Widya Koirunisa.
Yes,
Digital
yes.
transformation and zero carbon emission or net zero emission. Good job. So congratulations, Widya, for winning the second door prize. And good, congratulations for both of you. Please send to our committee your email address. And now we go to the questions. And I see Widya also asked question and she typed some Chinese characters here, Professor. Nin hao, liu yang xiao shu, Professor. So hello, Professor Liu.
Yes.
Thanks for great topic. Please allow me to ask question because I'm very interested in the topic. Oh, I would like to ask Widya to raise hand and then turn on your mic so you can ask directly to Professor Liu. Widya, are you still here? Okay, Kamita, can you help me to give? Okay. Okay. Hello, Widya Korinasa. Okay, please turn on your microphone.
Okay, hello.
Great. Yeah, please ask your question.
Okay. 你好，刘教授. Thanks for the topic. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Widya Kharanisa. I'm from Accounting Professional Education Widya Tama University. And the questions is, wait. What ways can business use data analytic and predictive modeling to optimize energy usage and resource consumption as part of their digital transformation journey towards net zero emissions? And how can business strategically integrated ESG principle, including corporate governance, green finance, and achieving zero carbon emission into their digital transformation initiative to drive sustainable growth and meet the demands of the financial market? Thank you. Maybe you can give me your opinion about these questions.
All right.
All right, thank you. Yes, please, Professor.
Okay, let me try to answer your question briefly. I think there's certainly a lot of available public resources. The government sector, they only have a lot of the special project to fund or to give grant for you to hire experts or consulting company to do the job for you, right? So you always can find the resources from the government sector, but you have to follow the requirement, from the government. And so once you receive the grant and the funding, then you can hire experts to do the job for you. That's one. Number two, I think the company can learn from each other as well. As I mentioned, suppliers tend to work together, try to share, what is experiences from other companies been doing. So that definitely can help you move forward, right? So, I mean, if you cannot do it by yourself, you certainly need help, technical help from outside, right? Even from university, all right? The university have a lot of the talents. You can always find experts in any field, including the digital transformation and the zero emission and so on. So then you can just do it on a gradual basis. I have to point out that just I think a month ago, Taiwan and Indonesia work together in the so-called the construction material seminar. What that seminar does is the government of Taiwan gives funding to our university, and our university invite many experts, even scholars from Surabaya Polytechnic University, from even I think the government, the research think tank in Indonesia, and then they come to our university. So the university organized a workshop, and then all the participants went to visit a construction company which has been doing very well in net zero emissions construction material, right? Also the construction process and so on. So I mean, there's a lot of ways to learn, not just learning by yourself, learning from other companies and receive grant and to hire the consulting expert to help you. So again, we just have to take immediate actions, no hesitations, right?
Okay, thank you so much, Professor, for the answer. That we can learn from many sources, like many experts give contribution, like doing or making a workshop, and then visit construction company and then learn net zero emission. I wish those answer can answer your question, Widya. Thank you so much for your questions. Thank you, Professor. And now let's answer the next question from Karisma. Yeah, Karisma, is Karisma still here? Yeah, we will give you opportunity to ask directly to Professor Pallavi.
And one thing I would like to mention, because I can see many lengthy questions are here. So for the benefit of audience, I'm also sharing my email ID so that I can read the questions properly and answer at length. But right now, I want them to have few keywords so that we can pay emphasis on and we can pay attention to those keywords, because I can see paragraph long questions.
Okay, yes. Okay. So participants, you can ask directly to Professor Pallavi by email. So Professor Pallavi.
Right now also they can ask, but I need them to summarize their question.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Perhaps we can go through the
yes, I'll go to the question and answer. Yes, I'll try to answer on my own.
Yes, sir. from Karisma.
Yes, charisma. Mental health issue?
No.
ID, charisma. Charisma. I can see Lepika Bandung.
Previous.
Acha.
Could you inform us about how ethics works?
Charisma. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, she has
Sure.
asked how could inform how ethics work in AI and how handle privacy in the current era of data leaks, because someone can steal our data and use it for crime. Exactly. This is the main cause of concern, because all of us are aware of cyber crimes also. Because while I was defining artificial intelligence, I was boasting that it can make use of NLP, language processing. But now the dark side of it is that same advantage can be abused also, misused also. People can use your language the tone in which you speak, and your, of course, voice, and then you can use it. So the main concern is that all the responsible organizations are also taking, like IBM is taking care of these things, especially regarding data privacy and to avoid data leakages. So they have made solutions like IBM Watson, taking into account all their employees and their needs. So whenever they are selling it to any of their clients, they make it sure that employees, all their customers or their clients are also technologically ethical. They ask them to fill this bond, and so that whatever data is being shared, and they know, they are specially concerned about the accountability, the values with which this data will be used, the accountability, the responsibility they have having this data at their hand, and to not misuse it. And especially because whatever, however foolproof you'll make all these system, there are people who will try to steal, make use of those loopholes, and they do something. So now the people, the user, they have all the developers as well as users, they need to be morally and ethically aware themselves, and to avoid, if they are seeing such things happening around them, they need to be aware, they need to be conversant about it, and take all steps to avoid the leakages. And also now I can see that different governments of different nations, now they are also taking steps, and they have made regulations, because if people are not willing to follow it on their own voluntarily, now the last step left is to make regulations, so that proper punishment can be given and proper action can be taken against them. So I know many countries where such regulations have also been framed, and for those countries who don't still have such kind of regulations, and for another a couple of years, they will definitely have some regulations for this data thefts, data leakages.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Professor Pallavi, for your answer. But
And I could
we
see one question about mental health.
We have last question, please. What do you think about it?
Yes. What that person was specifically asking about mental health of the employees, especially Gen Z, that already enter labor market, and how AI can help. We have to combine the role of human and AI. Of course, the effect, if we see the combined effect of the Gen X, the millennials, and Gen Z. Gen Z is the generation that already has seen this transformation, or they are like a platter, these things are being offered to them. So now they are, because they are more responsible, they already are aware of most of the all the pros and cons of these things. And especially with regard to mental health, I can say, because I have read it at different places, that AI, with the help of AI, like with the help of natural language processing and text to speech recognition and other things, AI is also able to recognize the type of stress, if people are having stress, if they are under stress, what they are likable to do. All such things can also be tracked and traced with the help of AI. So this is now playing a role like a human, also assisting, facilitating not only our working life, but also work-life balance, and also our quality of working life. The stress that is being brought about by the exertion, by overworking, everything, these things can also be identified with the help of predictive analytics. Also, these things are being taken care of these days. And organization, they are not only identifying, they are taking steps to mitigate such challenges.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Professor Pallavi, for your answer. I wish those answer can satisfy Rahayu and also Karisma's question. Yeah.
Hope so.
All right.
Else, I have mentioned my email ID. If you
Yes.
want extra clarification, you can always get in touch with me and you can ask. Then I can write to you at length.
All right. So audience, you can see Professor Pallavi email on chat Zoom later. If you have anything to discuss with Professor Pallavi, yeah, don't be shy ya to send her an email. All right. Thank you, Professor Liu and also Professor Pallavi for answering those questions. And now to show our gratitude, committee will send an award, an e-certificate to Professor Liu and Professor Pallavi.
Thank you.
Okay. To Professor Liu Taeyang as international speaker.
Thank you.
All right.
My
And
certificate.
also for Professor Pallavi Patak for the international speaker. All right. We really appreciate for your time and great materials you already shared to all of us. It was our pleasure to have both of you today. We wish you always in good health, good condition, and always be happy.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
All right. Okay, thank you participants for your great attention and questions. I hope we can learn many things, learn a lot from this session, as well as we enjoy the event. And as moderator, I if there's any inconvenience. Now, I will hand it over to our MC, Miss Chilan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Can I leave now?
Yes, Professor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for our speakers, Professor Liu Taeyang and Professor Pallavi Patak, for such inspiring and so insightful session. And also thank you for Ibu Ima Kristanti for leading this session. And now, for the moment we are waiting for, let us invite Ibu Yanti MAK to announce the best papers and presenters.
Baik,
Terima kasih pada MC. Oke, mohon izin saya sebagai Ketua Panitia menginformasikan terkait dengan best paper maupun best presenter. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, saya sebagai Ketua Panitia mohon izin menyampaikan informasi terkait best paper maupun best presenter ya. Di mana dalam konferensi ini kami sebagai panitia menerima sebanyak 376 paper dan dari 376 paper ini terpilih 5 best paper dan 5 best presenter. Dan pemenangnya adalah Oke, selamat kepada para pemenang The Best Presenter maupun The Best Paper. Sebagai kontribusi atau sebagai apresiasi untuk para pemenang akan mendapatkan sertifikat penghargaan sekaligus surat keputusan. Dan informasi berkaitan dengan proceeding bahwa proceeding sudah kami publish ya sebagian untuk penulis. Jadi bagi penulis yang memilih untuk diterbitkan di proceeding bisa langsung nanti ke halaman proceeding. Dan saat ini kami sedang mengurus ISSN proceedingnya. Jadi nanti untuk ISSN-nya ditunggu saja. Oke, itu saja mungkin yang perlu saya sampaikan sebagai Ketua Panitia. Sampai bertemu nanti di ICBEN tahun depan. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya kembalikan ke Mbak Jilan sebagai MC. Mbak.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Thank you so much, Ibu Yanti. And congratulations to all of the winners. Let's give applause. Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to have you here. And thank you very much for your coming and your excellent attention. We are very delighted for your contribution, and we would like to see you again in the next international conference on business and entrepreneur for nation sustainability. I am Jilan Namira signing out. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you.